Hey, good evening, everybody. Here I was, thought I was all set up, didn't have my daggone mic plugged in. Good morning, Monty, Silver Girl, Virginia Roots, Ghetto, my favorite man. How you doing? Um, I thought other people would be on, so they weren't. I figured, why not? We can do this all night if we want to. Um, I don't know. I just had other things to think about. I did my first. Let me go ahead and open this up. There's not too many people here. There probably won't be that many people here. Um, Give me a second here. Let me. Oh, view on YouTube. Hang tight just a second here. I should have done this before. Mute that. Put the link in. Paste. Yeah. And pin. Alrighty then. Now let me try this on Facebook again. Let me try this on Facebook. Not very professional, huh? Not very professional. There we go. I think. I don't know whether that worked or not. I'm probably going to quit fooling around trying to get on Facebook with this because I'm going to end up getting myself banned. Bug Dude, good to see you. Rapscallion, good morning. 1A, 2A, good morning. I realized I did my first live broadcast sometime last March. I don't remember the day, but I remember the reason. I was pissed off about the price of gas. What do you think? At that time, it had gone from, good evening, Ghetto.
Good evening, sir.
It had gone from 219 in November of 2020 to, now let me get this right. No, 219. And then it had gone to 325, 329. And I was irked. So I came on and I bitched about that. That's how all this got started, me bitching. And not much has changed, as Ghetto can tell you. So anyway, I went back for gas today. And I've been seeing things on Facebook from neighbors, not people that I don't trust or can't trust, but people that I know real well, people that I say hi to in person. And she's got a little Volkswagen diesel car, a car, not a truck. And it cost her $110 to fill her car up today. And they said that from this morning till the end of the workday today, price had raised 40 cents. So I went down myself and I checked it. So from basically a year ago, it went from three what? 29? Yeah, 329. Today, and that was for the cheapest fuel. Today, it's 429. The gas with no ethanol in it, which I use in my lawnmowers and stuff because that ethanol is really hard on small engines. David N., good morning. That was 455, and I looked over at the sign where the diesel is, and it's 499. $5 a gallon to deliver anything you're going to buy. Your groceries, your everything. $5 a gallon for diesel fuel. Folks, we're being screwed. We're being lied to. This crowd in Washington is laughing at us. Miss Buttigieg said, if you can't afford gas, buy an electric car. So I see some young single mom that can't afford gasoline to get to her minimum wage job, which is now less than minimum wage with inflation. And she's going to go out and drop between $30,000 and $60,000 on a new car that, again, requires electricity to charge. And people, nobody's talking about that. This shit's not free, folks. I did a little research. I finally saw my first electrical charging station. Good morning, Michigan girl. Thank you for being here. And I didn't go look at them, but I saw them, and I'd driven off the parking lot before I figured out what they were. And I'm reading up on it, and it costs. You got to pay by the rapidity of the charge, how fast you can charge it, and of course where you are, and how long it takes to how long you spend on a charger. So, folks, you're not going to charge these things for nothing. And I understand if you want to install a charging station at your house, that's going to cost you $2,000. Imagine yourself trying to take a cross-country trip and you got to stop every 6 hours and charge your battery for 10. You might as well be on a damn horse. And you're going to hear, well, you're already hearing from the shit show down there. Good evening, Polarian, in D.C., that this is Putin's fault. And the bad economic news is Putin's fault, that rascal Putin. And it's funny, Putin only made his move 3 weeks ago, folks, and this shit's been getting steady worse for a year, and now it's really cascading. It's like a snowball that you started rolling downhill, and it's picking up speed, and it's picking up snow, and it's going to crush us. And these people have the audacity to think we're stupid enough to think that this is Putin's fault. Hey, Ghetto, if you want to jump in here, anytime, but I ain't done yet.
No, please continue. I listen when you talk, brother.
Anybody else that wants to come up is certainly welcome. It's a free for all tonight. We are being groomed, y'all, to be okay with a shooting war in Eastern Europe. And a shooting war in Eastern Europe is going to result in nuclear missiles flying if the United States gets involved. And I was talking to a neighbor today, and we commented, man, it's a long time till November. And I agreed, and yeah, it's a lifetime till November, and that's going to be our first opportunity to. What is that, Ghetto?
I wasn't trying to interrupt, but my wife's she's excited. It's a double yolk that came out of an egg.
Cool? Oh, a double yolk egg. Okay.
Yeah, she's making homemade tater salad. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, that's cool. The wifey, I just couldn't. I thought it was an ass. I couldn't figure out what
he thought it was an ass. I'm sorry, Tom. Sorry.
And there went the train of thought.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. My wife was nudging me like, show this. And I'm like, oh crap, hold on.
Oh, double yolks are cool. They are.
Yeah. So sorry, Tom.
Yeah. Anyway, we were discussing a lifetime till November, and you know what? We may not make it till the 1st of April. This shit is serious, and we are being lied to through the teeth. Now, the last time I came on here, I had all these questions. Some of them got answered. Most of them didn't. The questions are piling up, man. I'm seeing shit. I went to bed a little after 4 o'clock in the morning the other night. I always like to check out. I usually wait till after 4. Because I like Fox News starts their news day at 4 o'clock. And while I don't take Fox News as gospel, that's where I go to see what, the world is thinking about for the day. These people would have you believe that Russian soldiers are being taken prisoner in Ukraine. And they're telling the captors, we didn't know we were on a military mission. We thought this was training. They expect us to believe that some commander takes an army to the field. They get off the vehicles, and Sergeant says, oh, by the way, they're going to be shooting back this time. This is real. And ain't no military commander in the history of the planet that dumb. But this is what we're being told. Now, today, the big news is a brutal attack on a maternity hospital. And if that's true, it's heartbreaking. But the way they word these things, a brutal attack. Well, bombings by nature are brutal. We understand that. But they rub that in. They point that out. They're clamoring for our sympathy for some reason. And I think I pointed out last time, and I will certainly repeat it tonight, I am no fan of Vladimir Putin. Putin's a murderer. He's a thug. He's an ex-KGB agent. And I got no use for the man whatsoever. But there's some, the Ukrainians are not this virtuous, innocent victim that they're being played to be. What the answer is here, I don't know. Whether there is evidence of massive corruption between Ukraine and the administration on a personal level, which I wouldn't doubt. Risking a world war, I can't see being worth, I don't know. But the powers that be here in America are desperate for us to be okay with ultimately sending soldiers over there to help Ukraine. And I say to hell with Ukraine, to hell with Russia. We didn't lose anything in Ukraine. I didn't. Most of you didn't. We don't need to see one piece of American shoe leather on the ground in Ukraine. We don't need to see a weapon with a U.S. insignia on it in Ukraine. They can handle it. And I guess the last thing I'll say about that is you can't convince me that the Russian army is as incompetent as they're being made out to be. There's just something going on here. And we are in danger. And you know what? There's not a damn thing we can do about it. Unless people rise up in mass and demand the resignation of this entire government.
All governments?
Say again?
Oh, sorry. I was just saying all governments.
Yeah, that would be ideal. But this one here's got to change in short order, man. To hell with the rest of them. This one here's got to change. Maybe this trucker convoy, these convoys that are descending on D.C., which anybody hearing a word about that? I'm not. Not a word am I hearing.
We're gonna be hearing them begging for money trying to get home because they can't afford to now.
You got that right.
Kind of convenient that they bumped the gasoline all the way to hell up there while we got thousands of truckers on the road, huh?
You know, diesel fuel's gone up at least $1.50 a gallon since that convoy started.
Yes, sir.
And we're talking, those fuel tanks on those trucks are like 200 gallons, and most trucks carry dual tanks. They may be more than 200. I don't know, but I know they're at least 200. We got thinking to do, folks, and if y'all aren't outraged by now and determined to hit those polls if we're still alive in November, we got to slap these idiots down. This has gone beyond civility. If you're in favor of anything this administration is doing, leave me the hell alone because I'm done with you. I got nothing more to say to you. It's
I'll,
dire straits.
yeah.
Kiddo, where did I go
I
wrong?
well, I love you, Tom, but you went wrong on the voting part. It's way too late to vote, y'all. We need to stand the fuck up. Excuse my language, Tom, but we're done. I mean, we're watching it happen. We're talking about it happening. And that's it. And so is the Russian people. So is the Ukrainian people. So is the people in Yemen. The war that nobody's talking about. The mass genocide over there that we're funding, that we're supporting. And I'm not trying to go on another tangent. We can talk about it later. I would love to talk about it later. Yemen is extremely important, at least to me, because I'm watching them. I'm going to stop myself. Sorry, Tom, but that's the next video that I'm working on, and it's worse than the first one that I made. I mean, we'll just say it like that. But I think I see all our world leaders. I see them as working for somebody else, and they're doing their job. I mean, it's against us at the end of the day, but Putin sold his country out, man. He was told to go to war with Ukraine, so everybody's focused on Ukraine while they turn Russia into a third world. If you've seen the amount of businesses that have left Russia, I mean, it's staggering.
I haven't looked into that at all.
Oh my God. From Visa to MasterCard, they have no Apple Pay, Google Pay, McDonald's, KFC, Taco Bell, Coca-Cola, Siemens, all the electronics businesses. The only thing that's still booming for them is trade within them and China. But all the restaurants, all the Nikes, all the everyday things that, I mean, we don't even think about are gone from them. They're absolutely gone.
I had
And
no
now
idea.
yeah, I'll give you a link to a guy that he's a Russian streamer. It's live in Russia, and he gives us an update every day. And man, that guy is, I mean, he's he's one of God's soldiers. He's going through it, but thankfully he's a prepper, and but people aren't paying attention to the fact that this war is literally against Russia and Ukraine. On the Ukraine side, it's more the physical, the bombs, whatever propaganda, while we're sitting there taking absolutely everything from the Russian citizens, not the government.
Oh, sure.
Not them big fucking fat bastards that are, eating off of their 24 karat gold plates. But all the citizens, they're going without. Their banks are out of money. They're literally going without.
Well, that's news. I didn't know that. And you know what? I guess it's not bad news, because people all around the world need, like you said, need to stand up. Folks, we seriously may not have anything to vote for in November.
I agree with you.
November is too far away to count on even coming. And man, you know what? I'm well over 69 years old, and never in my life has it been possible or probable that the entire world that we know it will be gone in 7 or 8 months. Because of what? Corruption, stupidity, arrogance.
Excuse me.
I don't know. It's just beyond me to understand.
It's the control aspect, Tom. I mean, they're trying to make way for the electric cars. I mean, though, that's a nice shiny thing that we're supposed to be paying attention to. The obedience, with the mass and the jabber dabbers. It's just the control. They're conditioning us, and it's by proxy, because they're doing it to us so our kids will fall in line. That's in my head, and maybe it's because I'm a dad and I got younger children, but me, I just feel the need to fight because I'm trying to protect my children. And if this shit's going to happen the way that we're watching it happen. It needs to hurry up and happen so that we can grow and build whatever the hell we need to build or fight,
From the
as soon as we
ashes up.
can.
I don't see how it could be happening any faster, but it's sped up in the last 2 weeks.
Oh yeah. Oh,
And
100%.
this other issue that we've been dealing with for 2 years is gone. What happened to that? And
Well, they're building well, the WF is actually building an infrastructure for the Green Pass. I don't want to say it because the CV pass.
uh-huh.
They actually contracted it's something Deutschland. I think it's in Norway or something, but they contracted them for a worldwide QR code program so we can all be able to show our the QR passes, the QR codes like they've done in what is it 75% of the countries on the planet now. But now
Right.
they're doing a worldwide basis structure. As soon as they went to war with Ukraine, the very next day, Tom, they hired these contractors to build the infrastructure for the QR code passes. So I mean, this is going into it's the technocrats. So it's all the people that own and run these militarized social media platforms, the YouTubes, the Facebooks, I mean, people really need to wake up and realize these are military weapons against us, the
Well,
social media platforms, and they've been using it in such a way, a subtle way for quite some time. And then you got the Trump and Biden elections and all that other stuff. And believe it or not, social media is the one that guided that to where it was supposed to go. They had one side pissed off because we got the shit stolen from us. And I don't even like the dude, but I can see that the stuff was stolen. I mean, it's common sense.
if you
Um,
got eyes
it
at all.
is. Exactly. But
Yeah.
it basically came to light what I've always thought about all the elections. My point is that there was a reason why, and if you look into it, I mean, Facebook alone, they started the civil war, they started the war in, what is it, Myanmar. I mean, they single-handedly are starting wars and creating things, and it's kind of out of our realm of thinking like, well, how the hell would that happen? But if you really break it down on how they get their information out, how they control their information. It's really, it's so far deep into the psychological warfare against us, Tom, that it really, I mean, it really blow all of our mind if we could actually figure out what the hell they're actually doing. But it really is. It's more of a psychological war on us right now than the physical. Now we're starting to feel all that psychological warfare that they've been doing. That makes sense.
No, it makes sense. And for the last year, hey, Jeep, good to see you here. And Chuck and F Home, good morning. I started this a year ago talking about secession, and people, man, you dreaming, you're crazy. It's looking like a better solution to me all the time. We got to pull back and tell these people to take a hike and just ignore them and set up our own way of living,
Yes.
and in a moral, just, representative way. Uh, we got to pull back and have something of our own, and we got the power to do it. We got resources, we got population, there's plenty of money. Washington, D.C. just kind of needs to be isolated and made irrelevant. I honestly believe that. And, you know, they're not going to be real easy on me, but still, this is ridiculous. It's just stupid. Corn Pop, I haven't seen you for a while, man.
Yeah, he won't come up though, man. He's got some weird thing against you. I don't know what it is,
Oh, he
but
does? Well, hey,
yeah.
I'm young. I'll get over it. But he
So
is
have
welcome, as is
so
everybody.
other than the gas, I don't mean to bring your blood pressure up a bit more. Do you did you see what your favorite president did today?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, so they're figuring out ways to regulate cryptocurrency, and today Biden orders government to study digital dollar. They're positioning us to pretty much do what El Salvador did and what every other country is doing. They're trying to get, which isn't even trying to get anymore. I mean, they're
Cool.
going to do it,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
but
I was saying hi to
no,
Kate.
you're good. Um, they're pretty much going to make the cryptocurrency our currency, just like everybody else is doing. I can't find the stuff that I was reading, but they did something that was actually important today. What's important to us, not really important to them, because they don't care about money anymore, man, because they know there is no money. I mean, if we really think about it, every single country on the planet, I mean, they're completely bankrupt. I mean, there's only so much gold, and we've been printing money for decades. I mean, money's pretty much obsolete. It goes down to the control and the power that they have over us. And right now, that is the food, and that is what they are attacking, and they've been attacking, and our freaking brains.
Well, it may be time to be looking into some metals then.
Yeah. Oh yeah, gold is astronomical right now, man. It's over 2 grand.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Well, but it's going to hold its value.
Hopefully. I mean, hopefully. Because I don't know. I mean, I haven't heard anything about it, but old England, haven't heard nothing about it in a while. But about a year ago, I think it was pretty popular news where NASA came together with Elon Musk, and they were going to mine asteroids for the gold and the diamonds and the stuff that are in these asteroids. And they had found one, and they said by 2024 they should be on it, actually mining it.
That's
But I mean,
crazy.
man, but if they did that, Tom, I
It
mean,
would be
it would
worthless
be
on Earth.
well, it would completely bankrupt everything. I mean, this meteor or asteroid, I don't know the exact terms, but
I
this
think asteroid, I
asteroid,
think.
right? Okay. So this asteroid has, I forgot the number before it, but it was over the quadrillions worth, right? I mean, it would make every person on planet a billionaire, which, I mean, anybody knows you flood the market with one thing that's supposed to be currency, it's going to completely wipe it out.
Yeah,
You
it
know,
becomes worthless.
and there's no way China or anybody else is going to let us have one particular company or person in our country going to have that much money. They'll just change the currency altogether, which to me would become land or water. You know what I mean? If we found so much gold and valuable precious metals, I mean, the only next currency that would make sense would be either land or water,
Or
which they're already
oil,
making.
or I mean, there's plenty of metals in this Earth that. I mean, how much is lithium worth right now?
Yeah.
They're making all those
Well,
batteries with that.
see, that's another thing I'm working on too for a video. Do you know the amount of countries like in the Congo right now, the workforce to get the cobalt for those lithium batteries for all these devices that we have, man? Fucking 10-year-old kids, dude.
Children. Yeah.
I mean, that's all around the world. These are kids that are working their asses off, crawling into mines, and it's all for that cobalt. Cobalt's the new. That's another thing over there in Ukraine, Mr. Tom, is they have $7.1 trillion of unmined cobalt, uranium, whatever the stuff, uranium, right? All these untouched freaking resources over there that in November of 2021, um, China, Russia, and the United States started applying for applications to become the companies that would mine the resources. So all this stuff isn't, just coincidental. All this stuff it's coming together the way we're seeing it, unfortunately. I think our minds just don't want to see it until it start hitting our bubble. You know what I mean? Now the gas is going crazy, so now you got people that weren't even paying attention. Now eyes are perked up like, wait a minute.
We are getting more people's attention, and you say it's
But
coming together, brother. We're going to have to bust this shit up.
yes,
That's all
100%.
there is
No,
to it.
yes, we do. I agree.
And you do that by telling them to take a long walk on a short pier and stop going along with it.
Yeah.
And we got to get out of this mindset that, well, it'll get better. It ain't going to get better
Until we do something about it.
And I
There's
don't think
8.
we really have a clue how bad it's going to get, and it's not going to take very long.
Not the way they're doing it. Not how they've
by the time good hot
accelerated it.
weather gets here, we're going to be in a world of trouble.
Yeah, especially not even knowing what kind of hot weather that is, man. We just over here, man, it was almost 120 degrees.
Last
118 degrees. Yeah.
I remember you talking about that
it
when we first
ruined
met.
so many. Tom, it microwaved our freaking orchards.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know how I'm going to plant my stuff. I mean, they're mostly going to be in containers and stuff like that. That way I can bring them in the house.
They were actually saying the oysters were half cooked before they got them out of the bay.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that, Silver Girl. Can I turn your mic up or something? Let me see here.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah.
The oyster fishermen in the bay said last summer that some of the oysters were half cooked before they got them out of the water.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Which means they weren't fit to eat.
No.
Well,
they went back into the pile for more oyster shells. I came up here because when you were talking about recession, not recession, anyway, you want to look into that seriously. You need to check out Vermont. They've done it once, succeeded totally, where it became not a part of the United States. Then they considered doing it another time during my lifetime and decided, no, they really couldn't do it as easy as they used to be able to do it. Something changed between the first time they did it and when they were going to do it under Obama. And something changed and they couldn't do it the second time. So you might want to get in touch with them, some of the people in Vermont that were behind that move. Because something happened, and that's all I remember was that's all that I heard that came out of it. But they were looking to do it again.
Was it Vermont? I read, I don't know, a month or two ago, some little town in I think it was Vermont, had seceded from the Union in 1860 and never officially rejoined it until like 1950 or some nonsense like that.
Yeah, I think that is a little town in north. It's either Vermont or New Hampshire. It's one of those towns that sits on both sides. And it's because I went there for the uniqueness of the fact that it did not actually sign the paper, so to speak.
Right.
It was supposed to come back in. The person had died that was supposed to sign the papers, and the next person didn't know that they were supposed to. Is the story I heard.
And then when it came up, finally they just decided, now we'll just leave it the way it is. It's okay.
It's been that way for so long. Yeah. But it's the same thing that supposedly happened in Ukraine. Ukraine never signed the papers. The final draft of all of the papers to be an independent country. And they did something wrong. It was sent back to them, and they never sent them back in completed. So that I don't understand how NATO and the UN and them are treating them as a country when the information I saw came off a NATO site. Old stuff that's not there now, which made me believe that maybe it was right on since it's missing.
Paperwork be damned. The people of Ukraine decided what they wanted to do. They've been recognized as a nation for 30 years now. Paperwork don't fly with me.
It was kind of like the South and the North. Parts of the people in Ukraine wanted to be Ukraine, and parts of them wanted to be Russian.
And that's fine. Eastern Ukraine, I understand. They are mostly ethnic Russians. If they want to join Russia, they can vote on it and decide on a border.
Yeah,
But Russia has no business attacking the capital city of another country. And again, I don't think we ought to get involved in it, but why didn't the whole world turn against Russia? Why has Russia not been expelled from the UN Security Council? That should have been done a week ago. If
it's
they're going to act like that, then they're not
Oh, it's
smart.
happening.
I
um,
would like to see it. It should happen faster than it is.
it depends also on what you believe. Whether you believe they're taking out the labs or they're taking out evil playgrounds of the adult elite. It doesn't matter. The people are still there getting harmed, and they need not be out of the way of being harmed. I wanted them to take the people out first,
Well,
but
I don't know how feasible that is, and I don't know the truth about the reasons. There is no legitimate reason to kill innocent people.
I agree.
Um,
Yeah.
And nor,
Amen.
nor is there any reason to kill innocent pets. Thank you.
well, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Welcome back, Cola. Um, when the states originally ratified the Constitution, nobody enters into a contract that it's impossible to get out of. And several of them specified, hey, we reserve the right to take our rights back, or our privileges. We gave certain privileges to a federal government that the states created, and the states have every right to take those privileges back to their sovereign selves. Hot mess. Good to see you, Chrissy Cat. I don't know. I'm
And I wanted to also say, Tom, I listening to your rant at the beginning. It's the same types of things that I think of all of. But on the other hand, I honestly believe I see things that aren't right enough to know something else is happening other than what we're being shown.
oh, absolutely,
And
absolutely.
when I look at it, it looks like everything that I think that about is something negative to us. The things that look positive to me for us are the ones that ring true. And the ones that ring fake movie are the ones that are really looking sour. Like Twit is still in the White House. And there even there's I still can't see a physician because physicians' offices are considered exemptions to the no mask rule now. And yet, never mind. I have to apologize for living here. Anyway, but of the states that I've been in and around, West Virginia and Vermont are very, very similar in the people that I met in both of those two states. And it's there's something that ingrained gut type thing in you that it was so obvious. It was the first time I'd ever run into it was in West Virginia. And then when I got to Vermont and started getting to know the people out in the outskirts, well, of course, everything's outskirts, but they are the same way. And it was remarkable to me that, and I was thankful that I did have that other memory from West Virginia to know that it wasn't just Vermonters that were nuts. There were some place else that was nuts too. And it obviously I enjoyed my time being with the nuts. I fit in just perfect. Uh, but you might really want to try to get a hold of some of those guys up there. But I really think it's not as bad as you do. And I think the reason I think that is I really don't see anything positive that comes up looking fake. It's only the stuff that's bad. It's the Dow's going to crash. Okay, fine. You know, um, Walmart has put up new signs that say cash only.
Oh,
Uh,
is that right?
yep. And not everywhere, just certain places.
Now, cash only, no credit cards, no checks. Do they consider checks cash?
Um, I don't know.
Okay.
It's not around here. I just saw it on. I saw a video of it. Um, and then around. Actually, I do know that the Walmart across the river, which is in Oregon, is was last weekend taking credit cards only
Hmm.
or exact change, which so they didn't have change, so they couldn't take a $20 bill for a $2 item. They didn't have any ones to give you anything, that kind of thing. And it was not a big deal because around here a lot of people use cash anyway.
Well, we still got a coin shortage too. Sorry
Yeah,
to interrupt. Sorry
Okay.
to interrupt, Silver.
You're good.
no.
You're good.
But you're in the same situation, ghetto. Um,
Yes, ma'am.
and I mean we're a little bit more
Hi, Andy.
here, but we're where the pirates came out of the tunnels, not when they went in.
Hawkeye, good morning.
But I think it's better than you think it is. I hope.
Yeah, I mean we're hoping because I hope as well. I really do.
I'd like to say I hope, but you got to be realistic. This is stupid. What's going on?
And I think I see timing in this now more than I did ever before. Because if they were to come out all of a sudden, for example, whether you believe in tea or not, I ain't going to go on either side of that one. Um, if they come out with the potato is a potato and he's baked and he died 6 months ago, and here's his autopsy and here's his dead body, all decayed, and it's all right there. And they came out with everything about DC. That's not going to fix the whole problem because it's bigger than that. So they're going to have to come out with the DC part, but they're also going to have to come out with the children to get the trafficking in, to get the real reason for all of this in. And they're going to have to break all this stuff pretty much at one time because otherwise one side it gets too heavy and they
Well,
can't.
as one domino falls, you get a chain reaction.
It's got to be
Uh,
quick though.
oh yeah, it's got to be quick, but there's a primary problem here right now,
Me-
which is leadership of this country, and that whole bunch of them need to be run off, and something started over again. This has got to change, and the people have got to come together and do it. We can't count on these people anymore.
I
We're
just
too,
who was going to run against the person that I want to vote out in the next election. And when I checked into the new person, I don't care whether they're Dems or Republicans. It matters who they are and what they are. I'm an independent. And come to find out, this new person that's going to run is a Soros person,
well, then he's not an option.
fully funded by Soros.
And we all got to study this and know
Yeah.
who we're voting for. I mean,
Now,
I've said it before. I'm registered Republican here, and in this county, I have consistently voted for more Democrats than Republicans, just because I know these people,
right,
and I don't care what they call themselves,
right.
as long as their beliefs and their policies are right.
Hmm.
Um,
And you know that if they are funded by the big guy, the X guy, they're not in the right place,
Absolutely not.
and she'll get in all probability. But it's that or keep the one that's there, and she's also funded by him.
Well, I don't know about your primaries. The West Virginia primary is in May. And this is where we have to weed out the bad, but people don't run. I'm hoping younger people are going to step up and understand that we need good people in there and they'll run. Cole, I didn't hear what that idiot said about two congressmen, but that statement playing ball, that's their attitude. You play ball with me and we'll take care of you.
Yeah. So I found what I was talking about earlier today on what Biden did, Tom. So
Okay.
Biden orders government to study digital dollar, other cryptocurrency risks. Washington, March 9th, U.S. President Joe Biden signed an executive order on Wednesday requiring the government to assess the risks and benefits of creating a central digital dollar, as well as other cryptocurrency issues, the White House said. So to sum it up, is the United States of America is creating their own digital currency.
And it's worth nothing.
None of it is. None of it's worth anything. That's
Yeah.
why it doesn't make sense. Where it came from was a dissertation at like Harvard. That's where the whole idea of cryptocurrency even came from. The teacher that gave it to his students don't even want anything to do with it. Some students freaking ran off with it, and he was like, "Yeah, I mean, that's supposedly a myth, but Lord knows what the hell they're doing, man. They're trying. I mean, it's just another link in the chain of freaking things that are on us. You know what I mean? And the shackles that are on us, just as human beings. They want us completely away from self-reliance, and they want us on their freaking tit. You realize there's 12 states that do UBI already, Universal Basic Income. They already do it. 12
They
states
already
that are already doing it in certain
taxpayers
cities in
don't know
12
about
states.
this. Taxpayers can't know about this or they would revolt.
We're too dumbed down, Tom. That's what I mean. Like what Silver Girl was saying, like all this stuff needs to come out, and it's like, or what you were saying, all this stuff needs to come out, it needs to come out fast, or how it we're not even gonna believe it once it comes out, Tom. I mean, we're not. We're dumped so much information, most of it being fake, riddled with real factual things that our brains are literally confused at what we're looking at until it tangibly touches us, like going to the gas station and filling up the tank or buying a box of cereal that's only halfway full. You know what I mean? Like,
Everybody's buying gas. Everybody's got to buy gas. Good
oh
morning,
yeah,
Eddie James. Way, way up he rises early in the morning. Got to be a certain age to know that. Yeah, man. The every day more people are being affected. So we're feeling that pain that we were talking about months ago. Why
yeah,
aren't people doing something? Well, people aren't hurting enough. But boy, people are in the last week. People are hurting more and more now. Finally, for the first time, my wife comes home from the grocery store, and I couldn't find this, so I got this. Couldn't find that, so I had to get this. So now it's trickling down even into this area here, where we had been the land of plenty all this time. I hadn't
yeah.
seen any shortages in the stores, nothing. But here it comes.
You want to think? Consider a surprise. I had someone here that could take me out this weekend. I wanted to get to the grocery store. First time I didn't been in our grocery store for over 11 months. I didn't
And
recognize it.
Wow.
Well, it had must have grown a lot about 11 months ago, but then there's nothing now to put on all the shelves. It's
uh-huh.
unbelievable. Now I don't
Well,
know how bad it is compared to last month or anything like that because I don't. Nobody takes me out. So, um, but now that they didn't think I would create a scene going in without a diaper now, so they decided they'd take me.
I
Uh,
don't remember who I heard, whether I read it on Facebook this afternoon, but these people, I think maybe they only go to the grocery store once a month, but
mm-hmm.
they get 2 shopping carts full, and usually it's about $500 a month. They went, I guess, yesterday, and it was a little over 700.
Yeah.
And I notice, see, I don't go to the grocery store because I'm short tempered, and my wife says it's better for me to stay home. So I need the checkbook. I'll be back. Okay. Have a good time. Be careful. But I notice the checks that she's writing are bigger and bigger every time, man. Um, and I
And
see
you
my
get,
electric bill getting bigger and bigger every month.
I was
yeah.
absolutely blown away that the two shelves in the store that were absolutely full was the beer shelves.
Oh yeah. That'll always be full.
Yeah.
I
Same.
mean, they weren't. I thought they would. The guys would be hogging the beer. I mean, or that they would be just as much like everything else and be out. But I mean,
No,
no empty spaces on that beer shelf. The soda shelf, the juice shelf, all of them had empty spaces, but not at the beer where the beer went.
They got to keep fully stocked. We're all alcoholics now. I mean,
yeah,
you.
they want as many people numb as they can get.
Oh
Uh,
yeah. As soon as it flies off the shelf, they're making sure they put it right back up. There's a reason why all the marijuana stores stayed open when everything was shut down here during the beginning of the lockdowns and stuff. I mean, they do. They want us as numb as possible.
Absolutely. Hey,
And
Scat Pack.
they actually did some growing, I think, during this last year as an industry.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got Hawk in Oregon. I know of another guy that's in Washington, that's not too far from Portland, that is also doing the same thing. So,
I'm looking it up right now, Independent Mini. Sorry, I'm just now looking at chat. What's up, everybody?
Yeah, forgive me, Chad, if I miss somebody because I look over there and start reading chat and then I lose everything that I'm trying to talk about or think about. So chalk it up to age and forgive the old guy. It's
I do
just so outrageous. Uh, you don't have teenagers yet, but I'm sure your kids have
Yeah, my
tried to.
daughter's 16
Oh, okay, all right, all
just
right.
yesterday,
And
actually.
they come up with these stories,
Yeah.
to keep out of trouble. And you're listening to this bullshit. you know, and and the kid's not disrespecting you. They don't think you're that stupid, but because they think this is a plausible story. But that's what we're getting out of DC, and they think we're stupid enough to buy all this shit.
No, they think we're afraid enough that we won't listen to anything close enough to know it.
Well,
Because
Yeah.
they're doing is pushing fear every way they can.
your country's well-being is as important as your children's well-being because the two go hand in hand, and you better be paying attention to this damn government and calling every lie that comes out. But it's turning into a comedy show.
Right.
It
uh,
is, but we need to pay attention to both sides, Mr. Tom. The way I see it is the Republicans will be sneaky about what they're doing, and the Democrats will tell it right to your face on what they're doing. But they're both doing something against us.
well, the Republican that's not a magic potion for me. To hell with them too. And I
Yeah.
think I've mentioned this before. I'm a
Oh yeah.
Republican because the people that raised me were Republicans.
Yeah.
And I can ask 10 Democrats, and they're probably going to tell me that at least 8 of them will tell me the same thing. My daddy was a Democrat. What am I supposed to be? And we
Yeah.
got to get away from that thinking because neither one of these crowds, George Washington warned against this when he left the office and gave his last speech against these parties. We got to have patriots. We got to get people, if we're even going to bother with DC, we need people there that love the country and love the people and are working for the good of both. This career business has got to stop. Tony Smith, my brother, good to see you.
I agree, man. I think the fact that people are okay that we're a corporation, you know what I mean? They talk about it like it's not even a big deal. That hurts. Every time somebody says it, like, that's one of the reasons why everybody loved that Trump was here, because we're, a corporation. And it's like, dude, it's the fact that we're a corporation doesn't bother you. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, if you're talking in terms of like the federal government being in business to make money, hell no, that's not what they're for.
yeah, that's what I mean.
And they don't have any business making money.
They're not in there to make money for themselves either.
Oh, hell no. Any excess at all should be returned to the taxpayers. Of course, what excess? There is
They
no
don't allow
excess.
excesses.
Say again?
They don't allow excesses in the federal budget. I know.
Any government budget.
You had to totally use every bit of your money for the year. You had to have a zero at the end or real close to it.
Or
So
deficit.
every September, those of us who ran the agency well would have to go out and spend money to use up our budget. So I'd go out and buy all new, nice, more comfortable, ergonomic chairs for everybody. And since they hadn't had any in 10 years, and everybody got new chairs one September. Um, every year it was how much do I have to spend, and I'd go buy whatever. But I used it that way rather than not running the office right.
Yeah.
So
Zach, you rascal. Good morning. Thank you for coming by, man.
I run
Love
the
you.
office correctly and had one of the lowest costs per case and best accuracy both. But they they didn't care, so I just let it sit in the bank, so to speak. But I had to get rid of it. If I did not get rid of that extra money, they would take the budget they were going to give me the next year and take that money off.
Take that much out.
Listen. Out. You were penalized if you came in under budget.
Before I got into the HVAC trade, I worked for a community college down in Maryland. Actually worked for the state. And I was in a supervisory position the last several years. I actually got reprimanded. We had this big, I think I've told Ghetto this story on the phone, but we had this big old boy, and he liked his sitting in his chair. It wasn't his chair, but it was the office chair. And he over time, he broke the chair. Well, we had a maintenance department, and I said, take the chair down to Billy. His name was one of the guys that worked there. I said, have him weld it. That was done. And it didn't cost anybody anything. 2 days later, I got called down to my supervisor's office, and he said, what are you doing fixing chairs?
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't that big a deal to fix it, and, it's fixed. Why didn't you buy another chair? You need to use the money in your budget. I would get a phone call about the middle of June, or before that, really, because the fiscal year was July. You got this much money, you got to spend it. What do you want? Well, we don't really need anything. You got to spend it. If you don't spend it, then we're not going to get, full funding next year. I ordered $35,000 worth of surveillance equipment because we were having vandalism problems. We were having people shoplifting from the bookstore and all this stuff. So I sat down and said, okay, we can use this, and if it's okay, I'll buy it. So we figured out what we needed, knew where it was going to go. Everything was, I mean, no waste. And all this stuff came. And I mean, it was like an office half full of boxes. And we had a storage room, and the stuff went there. And I sent the order through the work order, they called it, to have all this stuff installed. And the campus provost wouldn't let me do it. He didn't like the image of cameras in the hallways and in the bookstore. And I left that place, and that stuff was still sitting there. The boxes had never been opened. And I know that the stuff got loaded on a truck and taken to the main campus and sold at auction for probably pennies on the dollar that we paid for it.
Wow.
Yeah. That's the way government works.
It is, and I did that for almost 25 years, every year, and it even got to where we had contests amongst the staff. Who's going to come up with the winning idea of what we're spending the money on this year?
See, I was raised to be proud of being cheap.
Yeah, me too.
Me too.
I can't tell you
I
how
had no
many
choice.
cars I had. People made fun of them because they looked so raggedy and they were noisy and you know, but they ran, and I knew how to keep them running. And you know, people would give me cars just because they didn't want them anymore. They're, this car, I can't be seen in this car. Hey man, I'll take it. I don't care.
It gets point A to point B. Let's
That's
go.
what a car does, man.
Yep.
Hi, Zach.
Zach, I'm so happy you're here, man. I figured you'd already be in bed.
Yeah, you ought to be in bed.
You jump up if you want to. Give us a wave, a salute, a finger, whatever kind of mood you're in, man. But now, and you think of the example I gave you, $30,000, and that was a tiny sliver
Yeah.
of government waste and lining politicians' pockets. We got to stop this, man. And there's got to be a way. There's got to be a way. I don't know.
Other than a civil war, Tom, what way that
Well,
would be realistic? I mean, it's
I hate
you
to
know,
see that happen.
I do too. I mean, at this point, who the hell are we going to even fight?
I
I
would much
doubt there's
rather
not
see
even
an
one.
amicable divorce
What?
than,
Who would the sides be, Ghetto?
That's my point. That's exactly my point. We wouldn't even know who to fight. I mean, I can guarantee you, there's not even probably one person that's even in the White House right now. I mean, it's just there for a prop. Them bastards are scared. I know they're scared, and they're making their orders from other places. But we're too stupid to come together. So maybe
I
they're
don't.
not scared.
maybe we're not as divided as some people think.
I don't think.
Zach, you get yourself some rest, man. I spent about an hour watching that comedian that you like. I can't remember his name right now. That dude is
Josh
funny as
Blue?
hell.
Yeah.
Josh Blue. Yeah.
Yeah.
Zach, thank you for turning me on to that guy. He is funny. But yeah, anyway, back to you know what? Our enemies are so few in number
They are.
that it wouldn't be much of a war. It really wouldn't. It's not like before. We're not sections of a country divided. There's just so few of these bastards, and they need to be rounded up and locked up to start with, and then I won't go any further than that.
There are a few that need to go further than that.
I don't feel kind toward these people. I really don't, and I don't feel like giving them any benefit of any doubt anymore. Spent my whole life doing that. Spent my whole life being told you can trust these people. They got your interest at heart. And the sons of bitches never did.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think about the children of the worst of the worst? and they were raised in basically mind controlled, MK ultra, whatever you want to say. They were abused from day one and taught things that were wrong, never allowed to be outside the realm, so they were totally condemned to their life. You think that those kids that are now adults should be given an option of, even though they participated under brain control?
I don't quite understand what you're getting at. Under brain control. Is that what
Okay.
you said?
Well, when the parents are Satanists, you're raised as a Satanist. You're taken through a whole ball game. You're trained that way. You end up doing your family that way, and that's how it's passed down through the families. Is you train your kids, and your kids go the way of the parents. And so, if the children are going to do that, they're going to be raised that way. They're going to be raised as that's the right way, and everybody else is below us, and we're doing something that's not really legal, and blah blah blah. But they didn't choose it. It's it would be considered abuse in most ways of looking at it. And those kids are going to get arrested too, just like their parents. But their parents, let's say their parents chose it and participated, did everything. Do you send them off treason wise, or and let the kid make the kids go off treason wise too, or do you give the kids a chance of doing something else, maybe trying to retrain themselves, retrain their kids?
Well, I don't think any of the kids committed treason to start with, where I think the adults or the parents did.
Yeah,
So we know what the penalty for treason is, and we can just leave that at that. Kids cannot be punished for a crime they didn't commit.
right.
And as to what do we do with them, that that's an individual case. I'm not qualified to even speak to that. That's a dilemma. I agree. They can't just be turned loose,
No, they've got to be remodeled in some way.
rehabbed. Yeah. Um, but that's what do we do? Build internment camps for them or what? That's not America.
They've already done that, so that they've already done that for us, so we'll just use them that way.
Well, that's a question I don't know how to answer. There's so many questions I don't know how to answer, but that's definitely one of them. Well, you certainly can't punish somebody for a crime that they didn't commit, no matter what their mindset is.
Yeah.
Hey, if anybody else has an opinion, come on up, man.
Well, I was just hearing a discussion earlier tonight between a couple of people that they think that those kids should, even if they're in their 40s and 50s, that they should be considered unwilling accomplices, and therefore they might go to jail, or they might go to confined mental interrogation and remodeling hospital and have their brain remodeled. Um, Whatever, they might choose to do that on the chance that they could come back out in another 10 years and be okay to live amongst society. Some are really saying they should be treated that way rather than treated as true involved in, they would have been involved in, know about that kind of thing, maybe even contributed once or twice.
That term "unwilling accomplice" interests me. Um, I don't know. I guess you could be forced to take an action that you don't want to. If that's the
I'll
case,
I'll
you
give you
know,
an example, Tom. I'll give you a personal example. my father took me in, and as an unwilling accomplice, I had sex with a man when I was 11. I was an unwilling accomplice.
Yes, and you didn't commit a crime, in
No,
my view.
no, I didn't. But still, the same thing. That's what I was. I was, and if in the act the dude died, he's still dead.
Um, an
But
11-year-old is still innocent of any wrongdoing in my eyes
oh yeah, I know the
under
kid.
that circumstance.
But what I'm saying is, yeah, it still is. As far as I was concerned, I was the unwilling accomplice
Okay,
to the
okay.
man getting his rocks off, and then on top of that, getting robbed.
And if the dude died, I think he got what he had coming. So there's that.
Well, I would have preferred father, but
My filter is not very effective.
but I just the idea it goes back to the same thing of a lot of times kids that grow up being come from abusive homes end up not learning how to be a right parent, and they end up abusing, and that's not acceptable.
If
But
they have the
It
capacity to change and learn, they should be afforded the opportunity
yeah, they should be,
in every case. Every case.
and most of them aren't. But it's not just because. In fact, if you look at more recent studies done properly, um, it shows that those who've been abused least frequently of any. But when they do, it's because they never got trained how not to. They don't know how
Right.
to discipline a child other than the way they were disciplined, and everybody else in the neighborhood was disciplined in the same way. They don't know any different. They need to have some counseling involved and that kind of thing. Um, and but it's they still did the act. They still served the time. They still have to deal with the fact they did the act. It's just that instead of spending 6 months confined in jail, you'll go 6 months of required therapy and training on how to be a better parent. So it's in the punishment, not in the conviction that you did something wrong.
I'm not sure I completely agree with that.
Yeah.
it's all per basis. I mean, once you become an adult, no matter how you were raised, you get the mind frame of an adult in there, unless it was. It's all. I mean, it's individual basis, no matter what.
Oh,
It's per individual. But if, but as a 30 or 40 year old, and you're still doing things to somebody, you can't be like, well, my parents did it to me, so I'm allowed to still do it. You
Right.
know what I mean? It just, I'm an awesome father, and I've been through some shit,
right.
but it was my choice to be an awesome father. You know what I mean? We all have choice. God gave us choice at the end of the day.
And you know what? There's an inner voice. I firmly
Yes.
believe, percentage wise, there are very few people in this world that don't have a feeling for the difference between right and wrong.
Yeah.
Now, that's just
I
me.
agree.
I may get a big disappointment one of these days. But when you become an adult, I don't know. The Spirit of God is in you if you listen and you know this is wrong. There's nobody in the world that's in their right mind that can consider molesting a kid is right. Otherwise, why would you say don't say nothing? Don't tell nobody.
That's
Why
your
would you do it in the dark? Why would you hide it? You knew it was wrong.
yeah.
So, with that being said, you earned what you get,
Yes.
and that may be off-putting to people, but you know the time for stroking you and making you feel good's over, folks, because we're in trouble.
I think you're right. I knew up close and personal psychopaths, and those even psychopaths they know the difference between right and wrong because they know what will get them caught.
Yep.
They're always really, really smart, and they always know what will get them caught. And they'll do everything under the sun that those things don't happen. If they run across something they've never considered before, sometimes they make mistakes because they get an emotional reaction to having been wrong. But even as psychopaths, they know what's right and wrong.
Yep.
Did
Now, they
they?
may not possess the ability to refrain from acting wrong, but they
Right.
know. Good morning, Guardian. Great to see you, man.
Yeah.
Eddie, we should strive to protect others. We should.
What's up, Guardian Prepping? I hope you come up here, brother. It's been a while since we've seen you. Well, since I've seen you.
I think I heard him, but I didn't see him the other night.
Eddie, I do agree with what you said earlier. I would really like to think there are more good people than there are bad. I hope the bad is a small minority.
Also, you got to remember there's more people out there that want to be good. Not
Oh,
only
yeah. Oh, yeah.
got your middle of the road people, so that once this starts to come out, the people that want to be good now are all of a sudden going to find everything they need within themselves to be the good. So you've got the people that right now we wouldn't necessarily call good, but they got a good heart, but kind of they just kind of tilt us sideways. Um, but as soon as this comes out, then the permission is then granted to be good, because if you it to be good person is a weakness. That's the way it's presented in the movies and cartoons and everything. They're always the weak guy. They're the computer nerd. They're the weak ones. They don't have all the muscles. They don't fly. Whatever. The ones that, the good people are weak, and you're not given, especially the men, are not encouraged to act and be strong on the outside as well as on the inside. And women aren't allowed to be strong at all. Um, but as soon as there's something that just tips the scales just a little bit, those people that are in that margin are going to flip instantly over into the good side. So we're going to get an influx suddenly of all these good that are going to be motivated to be to do what they need to do to help everybody on the good side because they were accidentally on the other side.
Yeah.
So
Barefoot, welcome. Milkmaid, good to see you.
we're going to get an influx of those, and
I
there are
think you're
people.
right about that.
I
I
don't.
hope so.
People don't want the drama. I mean,
I don't see it, but I hope so.
Well, you're going to get drama.
Yeah.
I know.
Guardian Prepping. What's up, brother?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm busy eating a ginger biscuit, so I apologize. Just give me like 10 seconds.
Sure
Oh,
thing,
you
man.
good?
Yeah.
Are you able to fix your feedback, Miss Silver Girl?
No, not yet.
Is it still the microphone thing that's the problem? Okay.
It does. It does it when I'm on with more than one or two people. So I'm just going to hop off.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to jump up and say hi to Blue Eyes. You,
Shame
Well,
on
what
you.
about brown eyes? I got beautiful brown eyes.
Silver Girl, I appreciate it. It's so good to see you.
we'll talk to you guys later, and you too, Guardian.
Have a good one, Miss Silver. Well, I didn't mean to run her off or nothing. I was just wondering because sometimes she was able to fix it.
Well,
Like
it
she was
sounded
able
fairly
to.
decent, really, tonight to me. Anyway, I don't know.
Maybe it's my headphones because I wear these freaking headphones, so everything's a little bit louder, even though I turn it down.
Your
Well,
sounds good, though. You're coming through clearly. Got it?
yeah, thank you. I hope so, man. I've spent enough freaking money on these things.
Are you still using those pods, or did you get real phones?
No, I got. Well, I bought some newer AirPods. I kept using my daughter's so much. I'm like, well, I'll skip it. I'll spend the $200.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, they're worth it though, man. I'm able to wear them while working, and I don't like the ones you have. I cannot. I feel claustrophobic or something when using ones like that cover your whole entire ear.
Oh, do you?
And kind of, yeah, and the ones that stick all the way in your ears, like the earbuds, man, those just drive me crazy too. So these ones, they just sit on my earlobe, and then they're
All
not
right.
pushed in or anything. They just kind of sit there, and quite comfortable. So,
But they look like you're smoking cigarettes sticking out of your ears, man.
yeah. So how
Yeah,
you doing, Guardian?
those I'm good. I'll let you know like a bit of updates and stuff now in a second. But like yeah, I definitely think those ones that go in your ear, those are nice for when you like busy cycling or something like that as well, or going for a walk.
Yeah.
Not it's advised to be able to listen to your surroundings as much as possible. But if you want a bit of music and it's a safe area that you feel comfortable with, those ones that stick in your ear can be quite nice. But even when I'm at home, those ones that go on top of your ear always make my ears feel so hot. It's like they warm
Yes.
my ears up. And then it's such an irritating feeling to have like warm ears, Like,
They start sweating and stuff, man, and it feels like there's water in your ear. I don't like them. I agree.
Good morning, Moose Man. Good to see you. It's late for you. I don't know. I've always liked headphones, but that's all we had when I was coming up, and we liked it.
When you were coming up, they had phonographs. Man, they had no headphones with no phonograph.
Had to hold the cone up to your ear.
Yeah, there you go.
Not quite, my friend.
Yeah, that's actually I miss having. I used to have a CD Walkman for a while when like before before the Apple iPods and stuff like that were a big thing. I had a CD Walkman and like a little CD pouch with all like my rock and hip hop CDs. I thought it was really cool back in the day, like a actual CD Walkman.
Yeah, steal batteries from everybody. Man.
Yeah.
All the remotes everywhere just were missing batteries.
Jenna, I am live. I don't quite understand the rest of your request. We've been just talking about current events, war in Ukraine, nonsense coming out of DC. So here we are. There's a link there if you want to click and get acquainted. Moose Man, I do relate to your dilemma there about having to get up. I don't get a full night's sleep anymore either. But yeah, man, my first headphones, they're made by Koss, and they had liquid-filled ear pieces, and they were studio quality phones. And man, those were the nicest things. And then I had a son, and when he was 4 or 5 years old, he had to have Daddy's headphones, and they didn't work too well after he got done with them. So
they never do. They never do. Rest in peace.
Man, I had this state of the art. You had the 3-piece. You had your receiver and your turntable and your tape deck and different units, different components. And I came home from work one afternoon and I said, "What's all over the front of my receiver?" And it was orange juice. Dried, nasty orange juice.
Oh man!
Where I guess he had either coughed or sneezed or whatever, and yeah, kid was hard on stereo equipment for sure.
Speaking about that, I wanted to find out if Ghetto's German Shepherd has started to chew everything around the house yet. Has your German Shepherd got into that stage yet, Ghetto? Like, is the puppy eating everything?
Let me show you guys because it's the oddest thing. But let me show you.
Eddie, my son, had 2 turntables and a microphone. He DJ'd for a while, but yeah, now he had some sick stereo equipment.
That's pretty cool.
Of course,
like I love
he ruined all mine.
Yeah. Well, you should have went and ruined his, man. You should have went over to his house and dumped some orange juice on his.
Oh man, let me tell you about this boy. I had a collection of vinyl that was just incredible. I mean,
He's chewing holes in my carpet.
Wow.
Please, how the hell does that make sense?
He pulls the fiber out the carpet.
Yes.
He's just flossing his teeth, man. That's perfectly
It
normal.
makes no sense. And that's not the only one. We got one smack dab in the middle of the living room too. It makes absolutely no sense. So he sleeps in the kitchen. I don't believe in the crates. I don't believe in those cages. I do not believe in them. People do what they want, but so he gets the whole entire kitchen. We just section off the kitchen. Yeah, we have a crate, but no, I ain't putting no freaking dog in no crate.
Nobody in South Africa has a crate for their dog.
Nobody does crates here.
It would be
all right. That's good.
Like it's not something
I created mine.
People never use it.
No,
And
the
he
problem
loved it.
we have here in South Africa is people tie their dogs up outside.
Yeah, I don't like that neither.
Yeah, that's a
Good
horrible
morning,
thing.
Eric.
Yeah.
Nice to see you, man.
Absolutely. Yeah, I just want to say hello to everybody in the chat as well. Sorry about that Jeep, and everybody is in the chat. It's awesome to see everybody. And sorry I've been distant for a while. I'll give you guys a bit of a rundown if you want, Tom.
Yeah, man. Where you been? What's your excuse?
Don't worry, I have my excuse perfectly organized and
You
ready.
got it written down, I bet.
Yeah. It's like, oh, ghetto's here. I better write this down.
No, I'll tell you what's up, Brad. So what's been happening recently is as we're moving, like the stage where I was able to chat so much more is like a little bit earlier in the year during the January where everything was kind of slowly opening up, like regarding the businesses and that as well. At the moment, like it's for example, like right now it's 10 o'clock in the morning. So like our business requirements and our work requirements that's come up from the top has become like a lot more intensified. So I've been like spending so much more time like with work as well, trying to make sure, because they're watching everything we do via the CRM, right? That's what they can do. Like I'm sure you guys might be familiar with that.
CRN, what's that?
Yeah. So like it's a way to track new businesses and businesses that are currently underneath certain projects and stuff to reduce incidents. So like it's health and safety type of management thing that works. And then as Kay said now as well, she's also been a little bit more, had her requirements stepped up a bit. She's she's carrying a little one at the moment.
Huge and uncomfortable and unhappy.
Yeah.
And hot.
Yeah, so for me, sitting on a stream for like a couple of hours isn't really something that she's going to be all that good with. Right?
I got
Yeah, you wouldn't survive that, dude.
I got
You will not survive.
But can I tell you, just so that you guys know, that I'm always thinking about your guys' crew as well, and I really love you guys, and I miss you guys, and I've made some awesome friends, and I don't want people to be upset with me because I have had to distance because of responsibilities. I'll tell you one more really cool thing. I'm currently a leader for our local Scouts group. I'm teaching people my skills that I learned when I was younger, so that's going really well. Yeah, just giving you guys a bit of an update on that. I've been improving a lot of my survival skills, like the core survival skills as well, through that. And it's something that I actually got introduced back into because I wanted my daughter to have an activity. And I wanted to, a new activity as well. So we added on Scouts for her because I'm a prepper in that. Obviously, like Scouts is a really good thing for me. And so now she's gotten involved as well. And then me helping out has turned to me like becoming a guidance and a teacher as well. And trying to, being able to pass along some of my skills that I've learned through my childhood as well of being a cub and a scout. And it's really awesome, like outdoors, camping, all of that. So yeah, that's also been an activity that's been keeping me a little bit busy of late.
That's got to be really rewarding, man.
Survival Living would love that. Like if you get a chance to speak to Survival Living, let him know that I've done my adult scout leadership course. He would actually be really chuffed about that.
Nice.
Pass it on if you want to.
Yeah, if you haven't heard, he got his channel hacked. Somebody hacked into his account, changed his password, messed all his stuff up. He's got a different channel now. It's Survival Living Official. If somebody can post his new channel, please do.
Yeah,
I haven't seen him upload for a while. I didn't know. Sorry, go ahead, Tom. I apologize.
No, I was just saying I don't have Survival's new channel saved.
That's so messed up. Has he
Yeah.
got no way of getting back in, Ghetto?
Well, so he's working with Google right now to get everything figured out because, I mean, it goes pretty deep once it's your business. You know what I mean? So, like, through the Google AdSense and, you know, just through all the YouTube stuff, you know, he was, you know, he had, what, 40,000 followers. So, you know, he was making a few bucks from them. But, yeah, they're tracking down where it came from, how it happened, stuff like that. He was going to do a commercial for somebody, some advertisement for somebody, and they sent him a contract to download and sign because it didn't work the other way or whatever. But that was how they got into his stuff. He opened it up, and him not being a tech guy, he opened it up, and that pretty much opened them up to come into his computer and take his stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they're figuring it out. I mean, they're figuring it out, and a lot of his people, you know, switched over to his new channel. We were able to get the word out to as many people as we could and stuff like that. His brother has an amazing channel too, man. He does all kinds of cool stuff on the farm. He raises what are those birds called? The quails and the chickens, and they got beehives, and they got all kinds of cool stuff that they do over there.
Is his brother Ray? Is his brother?
No, his brother's Ultimate S&F.
All right, cool. All right.
Yeah.
Is his brother in the same part of the country that he is?
They actually live on some family property.
Oh, okay.
He lived, yeah, it's he's trying to get to Wyoming. I mean, he's got property in Wyoming. He's building on that property in Wyoming while he's living in Florida with they all work together, you know. Kind of in a perfect situation, actually.
Yeah.
I'd love to be able to have a family like that and my own, you know, people. And man, his brother's got some beautiful armory. Oh God, yeah.
Man, I'd love to stay on a homestead with you, brother. Like, I'd love for us as a group to be able to have like a big homestead and, you know, go stay out there and live the natural life the way that life's supposed to be. Like, I'd really love that, bro.
Yeah, it'd be nice. I mean, the way that sounded though, man, I'm not gonna go nude around you, okay? If that ever happens, you're just like, hey, let's get all, you know, let's get natural. Now, maybe with Tom, but you know, no.
See, they had communes back in the day, so that was kind of like survival living.
Tom, have you lived on a nude colony before?
No. Yeah,
all right.
Good naked, man.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you.
Let's be honest.
I didn't mean that natural, Ghetto. I wasn't speaking.
No, I know what you mean, man. I would love for you to come up here. Where I live is absolutely beautiful. I mean, we're in the valley of all these just beautiful mountains. We
could meet in the middle, which is somewhere in the Pacific Ocean.
I was going to say, we're in the middle of the ocean.
Hawaii, for instance. Hey, have a good night, Eric, or a good rest of your work day. Thank you for coming, man. Appreciate it.
I don't want to go to the Pacific Ocean, man. They still got three-headed fish and all kinds of extra stuff from that Fukushima stuff.
Oh, you were talking about the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Or I wasn't paying attention, obviously.
No, Guardian said we can meet in the middle, and he said meet in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I'm like, man, I ain't going to the Pacific Ocean. I mean, we go there still, but man, they got three-headed fish and all kinds of stuff from the Fukushima stuff. All right. Oh, I love the smell of baked macaroni and cheese. Oh.
You bring up that topic. Like, how have you guys been? You don't need to go heavily into it. Obviously, there's a whole new situation that's been occurring. I haven't been uploading pretty much like lately for a while because of the things that I've been mentioning. Like, I've been just so busy. But what's been happening on your guys' side regarding we don't need to discuss it heavily. I'm just saying, are you guys concerned? about the situation, and you know what situation I'm talking about, or is it something that you think will hopefully fizzle out and things will be restored to normal soon?
We talking about the Ruskies? Are we talking about like? I'm assuming we're talking about like Russia and Ukraine, right?
Yeah, that's as far as I'll mention about it, because I know that
Yeah.
it's quite sensitive on YouTube right now. So
No, I
I
got
didn't
you. I
realize
got you.
YouTube was hyper about that. Yeah, we've been talking about that, man. I don't see anything good come from this at all. And I did, my rant on it earlier, but
Yeah.
I'd be curious to know what you folks are hearing in South Africa, because
Well, I wanted to.
closer to the truth than we're getting here.
Well,
But
I
go
think
ahead.
we're all in the same boat. Sorry, Tom. You know me. I get excited when I have a thought. I was going to bounce a question off of Guardian. Do you guys see the gas over there going up in any way? I mean, I know we're in different countries, but that's our current problem that just started very recently, and they're blaming Russia and all them for our gas. But we're looking towards $10 a gallon here pretty soon, and it's already climbing up in the dollars.
It's the same for us. Our fuel is the highest it's ever been, and they expect it to double before the end of this year, which means 40 rand a litre of fuel, be it petrol or diesel. At the moment, it's 21 rand. I don't know how that equates for you guys, but yeah, it's the highest it's ever been per litre of fuel.
It's not only that, but that's why sorry, go ahead, get it.
I was just going to say it's about the same for us then, so that'd be about 5 or 6 of our dollars. But go ahead.
Yeah, so this is why, if you can, I've always been advocating for 2 wheels in any way possible. If you can use 2 wheels, it's not always viable, but even like with cycling, getting riding fit with mountain biking and that type of thing is what I've been doing so much lately. And that's something where, like a bicycle doesn't cost any fuel. And the thing is, the concerning and pressing matter, as always, right, is whatever situation is occurring to and impacting the rest of the world, when that trickles down to countries such as South Africa, the impact that it has in comparison is absolutely devastating. And I wish you could imagine what that actually does when already we have the some of the challenges, I'll say, as much as we do, and then you take that and you, like, when food prices go up and people can't afford food as it is, you know what I'm saying? Like,
100%.
It becomes really bad really quickly, and then that can like devolve into other things. But
and that's
yeah.
At the rate things are going, it's only going to be another week or two, and gasoline will be double the price it was at the inauguration.
In turn, the milk.
Man, if you feel up to it, man, I would love for you to come up and kind of let us know what your friend has to say, if you feel like it.
Yeah, we're seeing it, Guardian. We're seeing it start right now. People aren't all the way paying attention to it until they go to the gas pump and they're blaming Russia and all this other stuff. But no, we're seeing it right now. Pretty soon, eggs, milk, anything that requires any kind of gas to get to those stores, people, that's why I've been prepping. I mean, the very first reason I started prepping was different, but
now you know why.
Now I know why. Yeah. But no, it's that trickle effect. I think we also because here in the United States, we did the whole ban on Russia. I mean, this is a complete war against both of them from us. I don't know why people don't put 2 and 2 together, but this is a war on Russia from us. And we're having all these companies completely move out of there. And I said this when I first came up, man, but I think it's important for people to pay attention to the effect that's, just think about us, right, Tom? Think about us with all of a sudden there's no McDonald's, there's no Burger King. And I know that sounds like, oh, well, I don't eat that stuff, whatever. But just just the societal,
just the idea. Yeah, sure.
just that, you know what I mean? Just that they can do that. You know what I mean? That all of a sudden, all these companies, okay, we're leaving here. I mean, we're talking billions of dollars, billions,
Yeah.
if not trillions of dollars, because that's the amount of companies that have left Russia, and they're protesting them. And you know what I mean? They're not bringing no work. That's people's families. I mean, you know, there's millions upon millions of people that probably worked at a McDonald's that lived in Russia. You know what I mean? They went to work at their McDonald's job so they can pay their rent. You know what I mean? There's a huge effect that's going on.
Yep. Barefoot, I told earlier, I've got a neighbor here, so this is not something I got off the internet. This is true. She's got a little Volkswagen diesel car, and I believe it was $110 she paid this morning to get it filled up. And from morning to the end of her work day, the same gas station, it had gone up 40 cents a gallon from the morning. So, yeah, everybody's floored. My truck, I went to the store and I thought I'm going to go ahead and get gas anyway. You know, you just get a little bit and it doesn't hurt so bad. I hadn't even used a quarter of a tank and it was $20 to fill it up. So, I mean, if I try to fill that tank when it's dead empty, which I try not to let it get, it's going to be over $100 to fill that truck up. And I bought the thing because it wasn't too hard on gas, and it's got a small gas tank. So, yeah, we're screwed. Royally.
I don't know if you can compare it this way. So Tom, well, and Ghetto as well. So the way that a loaf of, you can measure it to this degree, right? The minimum wage per hour here is sitting at 15 Rand, which is roughly $1 an hour. That's the current minimum wage, and there's a lot more people than you'd imagine that are earning $1 an hour, right? It's roughly around 15 Rand. We're actually just double checking it on our side, just so I've got my facts straight about this.
It's 21.
Okay, it's 20 Rand. Okay, so it's 20 Rand to give a good comparison. So it's 20 Rand at the moment that is a minimum wage, and then it's 20 Rand for a loaf of bread, and it's also 20 Rand per 1 liter of petrol, which how much is 1 liter to a gallon? I'm sorry.
A quarter, something like that.
Yeah. So basically,
a liter is almost a gallon.
Yeah, I think it's 1.5 liters, something like that per gallon.
No, liter's a little over a quart.
Sorry, Tom. My point about the whole petrol thing is obviously that the petrol price just for everybody, I believe, has been increasing for a long time. But with you guys, where you're at the moment, Ghetto and Tom, like the petrol price, has it also been taking like an extreme sharp turn, like upwards?
Oh my, yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, much more than usual. And do you guys expect that to be like going up further within the rest of the year?
Like it
100%.
Before the Russia thing.
We're
already going up. Is it going up steeper, like higher than?
Well,
it's going up faster after the Russia thing, but it's still going up. I mean, they don't need to blame what we're suffering right now on Russia, because this damage was done. This deal with Russia, it hadn't even been going on 3 weeks yet, right?
Yeah,
15 days, something like that. You can't blame Putin for what's going on yet. That'll come out next month, and the figures next month. You're not going to believe the shit you're going to hear next month about 100%. The economy itself and the price of fuel, price of food. And the thing is, all this stuff, I saw a thing, gasoline is up like 50%. All these various things that they went down the line, 50% increase, 30% increase, 45% increase, down and down and down. And then they come out and they say inflation's at 7.5%. Well, that's bullshit. How can all this other stuff be inflated so much? What's cheaper that makes that average 7%? I was born at night, but not last night.
Yeah.
I know better than this. And I'm not an economist either, but you don't have to be now.
No, you can just look at your receipts. But so what really accelerated it was within the last few days, the greatest president ever to be in our country of the United States of America, Mrs. Biden, whatever the hell you want to call him, announced that we would stop getting oil from Russia. And that in turn basically gave the go-ahead for the oil companies to be like, oh yeah, now we get to pump it up an extra $1 or $2 per gas pump. And so we're seeing it faster and faster. We're talking like it's raising. So if it's like 20 rands a dollar per our dollar, it would be so it's being raised, we'll say about 10 rands a day in most gas pumps. Each day it's jumping up 10 cents, 30 cents, 40 cents, 50 cents per gallon.
Where you are. Yep.
Each day since he made that vow that he would stop getting oil from Russia. So they're using this conflict over there, and I do believe that we are at war with Russia. I do believe we are crippling them. We are turning them into a third world country. I know this is the third time I've said this tonight, but I really do think that we are at war with them as well as Ukraine. We're putting them both in their place, whatever place that is, I don't know. And they're using all this stuff that we're being attacked with, all these weapons they're using against us. They're blaming it on that over there. And yet the United States is, oh, but we're not joining the war. We're not doing nothing. No, you're just supporting it. You're just, giving them all the weapons. You're just putting all the sanctions on them so it, completely cripples them. While it and then you use that as an excuse to cripple us. I mean, the world, the globalists, the people that are really in charge of this freaking prison planet are really putting their nails into us. I mean, they really are. For what reason, I have no idea. I mean, some would blame Revelation, some would blame, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't think any of us knows, but it's going fast. It really is going a lot faster, and it's not about, and I think more people are really paying attention to it, whether it's too late or not, I don't know. But people are paying attention to it because it's starting to bust their own little bubbles. You know what I mean? That single mom or those two working people like me and my wife. I don't throw my business out there like that, but it's fucking stretching us, man.
Oh,
you know what I mean? I don't want to be a hustler no more. You know what I mean? I'm an adult now. I don't want to have to, but you know what? People like myself will find a way. You know what I mean? If it comes to my kids being hungry, we're going to find a way, regardless of what we got to do. And I think that's what they really want us to do. They want us to go and, I don't even know what is a criminal act these days, but they want us to be pretty much at their mercy. So we'll beg them for that UBI. You know what I mean? They want us to beg them for their hand while they're the ones fucking hitting us with their right hand, and we're begging them for at least their left hand to help us. You know what I mean?
People got to understand that UBI is injecting poison into your veins, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%.
It really is. And these folks, I take fuel oil because that was my trade as an example. A 275-gallon tank will not last a winter, nowhere near.
No.
And you're talking over $1,000 to fill that thing up at $4.99 a gallon.
Right.
What are these people going to do?
I have no idea, because I know a lot of them weren't listening to me a couple of years ago, man, and it hurts my heart. I mean, I've tried my ass off to insulate, you know what I mean? But people weren't paying attention. They're still not paying attention. Even they're griping about Russia, dude. They're not even blaming our administration. They're blaming Russia for paying an extra $1 at the freaking gas pump.
That's the party line. That's propaganda, and
but that is how they're doing us, Tom. That is how they're gonna win this war against us. It's like I said, it's like a Brave New World. I don't know if you ever read that book back in the day. It was a book written in 1931, and it predicted this stuff, Tom, just like George Orwell, 1984. These are two individuals that predicted this, and they wrote it. One was written in 1948. That was George Orwell's 1984.
Right.
And then the other one was 1931. The Brave New World, just a snippet of it, was talking about how they will be teaching sexuality and gender and all that to kindergartners, to little kids in school. And this is 1931.
Man.
I mean, just imagine how they probably got persecuted at the freaking, they probably got burned at the stake trying to say something like that in 1931. But guess what? It still got out. The book still got out.
Fiction, man. We could laugh at that shit.
Yeah,
man.
but do you realize that it's not science fiction anymore? It's actually documentary in the bookstore. It's under documentaries.
Absolutely. I mean, current events is where it ought to be. Did you have to catch Too Strong today?
No, I was actually on Tribe's panel today. I haven't. No, I didn't watch it yet. No, I'm going to watch a replay.
And I'm actually going to try to get in touch with Corey and Marlon and see if I can get their permission to rebroadcast that show on this stream, because people need to see this nonsense. There are these camps springing up. They're like summer camps for kids, little kids.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Pre-kindergarten kids.
Yeah.
And they're going to teach these kids about how it feels good to touch my body. And it's okay for me to do that. And if I happen to have a friend that wants to do it too, it's okay for us to do that together and to each other. And sickening. And why aren't the people running these camps in jail?
Why aren't the fucking parents? Excuse my language, but if you're a parent and you're sending your child to that, you need to be hung.
Well, it's like Silver Girl said earlier. Some of these parents are all about this.
Yeah, that's the ones that need to go first.
Cast off this mantle of shame, and anything goes, even with children. The children don't know any better. I mean, that was her whole point. But this is actually happening, man. And I had to. It probably got removed, but good men need to take positions in trees around these camps and do what needs to be done. That's all I got to say about it, because it's just. I don't know. How did we slide so far? How did we do this?
It's because you were infiltrated. It's because in every single way, all of the aspects of your media in general, and the way that your general psychology and your perspective on everything has been altered, and it's been altered because of the misinformation in the media and the way that they have everybody against one another, the way that they have the US, they've turned the US, the best thing that you can do to your enemy is make it fight itself. And I've never seen so many Americans hate on so many Americans ever, unless outside of the last, I'd say, about a decade. And it's been happening more and more intensely. And you see people at each other, and you see people like being upset with one another all the time. And you wonder why. And you wonder why it's become so weakened, the resolve of the country of the US. And I'll always stand for the US no matter what. But what I am definitely saying is that it's unfortunate that America has started to hate itself, and that's not the way forward for a country to stay as powerful and beautiful as it always will be. And that's sad for me to see, is that there has been so much turmoil internally, and it is absolutely done from somewhere else outside of the US, specifically to try and make people have the anger and frustration that they're experiencing at the moment. And then on top of it, you put the whole CV situation that we experienced the last 2 years on top of that. Then you take this type of situation occurring with the Russia-Ukraine scenario. You look at all of it from the outside in retrospect, right, a little bit later, and you'll see that it was definitely all made to weaken the absolute morale and resolve of the United States. And that's what it's done, because unfortunately, and this is me being honestly truthful about this, like, I see so many people burning flags in the US over the recent years and doing things like that, and not only stamping on the US flag while it's laying on the ground, but doing things like that which really boil me up from the inside out. And I can't explain how much that angers me to see America fighting inwardly, and it's like hardly anyone is willing to understand what the results are going to be about that, like in a couple of years. And if I could actually get into a rant about that, you guys would never believe like how much anger I could actually vocalize. But I can't allow myself to get into that state of mind. But what I will say is that I'm extremely passionate about what is happening in the US right now, and it is of great concern to me. It's all I can say right now. And it's being done from the outside, and people are feeding into it all the time. And people don't understand that it's about loving and caring and actually being like honest and having integrity and trying to help one another and try and support one another. But instead of that, they want to fucking be at each other's throats all the time. And what is going to come from that eventually? Nothing. All what's going to come from that is people being hateful towards one another. And how are you going to have strength when everybody's so fucking divided?
Yeah, we implode.
Amen.
It's complete destruction from within. And yeah, amen. I appreciate you saying it, Guardian. Sorry for my dog. But I mean, you know, what if we didn't actually, so everybody's talking about World War III, man. What if we didn't even actually win World War II, Tom? What if we were actually taken over and infiltrated?
Well, I believe after the war we were, obviously. And you know, one thing that struck me, I saw a series of men talking that are supposed to be this hierarchy that's trying to convert us. And, you know, every damn one of them has a German accent. Every damn one of them.
Operation Paperclip, man. They put thousands of them into our government.
Yeah. So whether or not we lost World War II is completely irrelevant to me.
Well, it is, but it's not, because the way and I don't mean to take you away from your train of thought, but I just see that we've been being attacked, just like Guardian was saying. We've been being attacked, and we were infiltrated a while ago, whether it was then or 10 years ago, whatever it was. There's a different entity that is completely making us self-destruct, and we're doing it to ourselves.
Well, we got to wake up and fight that.
But how can we wake up when we got weapons like these that we're talking on, aimed at us, used against us, to go against each other? I mean, we have to completely unplug. We have to actually live life.
Unplug, brother. We can't afford to now. We've got to communicate with each other. You know, any weapon that a man can use against me, if I can get my hands on it, I can use it against him.
I agree, Tom.
We use the weapon to our good. We have to, or we're lost.
We do, yes.
So the way to fix it is exactly the opposite of what they're trying to do, though, Ghetto. Like, yeah,
I'm agreeing.
So you see, where they're trying to divide people, what you have to do is unite people. When they try and separate people and cause like angst amongst one another and cause like, you know, aggression from one another from people to others, you're supposed to love the people from where you are, like, and remember how great the US is, and it still is one of the most powerful countries that represents freedom across the entire world, right? We need you all then, and many people across the world will all say how important of a role the US has in keeping certain justice and freedom throughout the globe, right? So what you've got to do to counter it is absolutely just, and I don't mean put like masks on or do it with a false pretense or anything, or, you know, anything like that. I'm being absolutely serious when I say that you should genuinely love your brothers and sisters who are your countrymen in general, no matter where they're from, what they look like. That shit doesn't matter. Like, you're all Americans at the end of the day. Like anybody, like, I don't know if there's anybody outside of the US listening to me right now, but Americans themselves, like, you guys have so much to be proud of and so much to be thankful for. And like, your country has things where other countries would absolutely love to have the unemployment rates that some places have. I know in some areas unemployment is increasing in the US as well, but in comparison, you can't even compare. The crime rates, you can't even compare. The lack of infrastructure, in about an hour's time, right now, from where I'm at, we're going to go out without power for the next 2.5 hours. This happens 3 times a day at the moment because of how bad our electricity and how bad our infrastructure is right now, that our grid is suffering. And I brought it up slightly before, but it's called load shedding. And what eventually that does is, imagine trying to start a new business where you don't have enough money for generators to run your fridges or anything like that, but you're trying to start a small little shop, and all of your fresh produce and all of your cool drinks and anything that your milks or anything like that, they all just go like, that's just one small example. What I'm saying is that, like, I know in Cali the infrastructure is also a bit like rough as well, but if you look at South Africa's electricity situation, we're absolutely screwed. And like, what I'm saying is that we're experiencing it in the most intense way possible. As I'm saying, in an hour's time, I'm going to have no power for the following 2.5 hours, which absolutely impacts the work that I do. So I'm going to love and leave you guys for now. I've got to try and catch up on a bit of work before that time hits. And you can look into what I'm saying as well about South Africa load shedding and see what I mean and how bad it actually is. But and it's only going to get worse. And then if you look at the problem with the fuel increases across the world, that's going to increase the price of electricity even more. And it's I could go down a rabbit hole that you guys would be like, what the fuck? That's so messed up. But anyway, I love you guys. Stay positive no matter what. And remember what I said about just being strong with each other, help each other, support each other truthfully. Don't speak behind each other's backs. Just be honest with one another. And yeah, I'll always love America. And it's just a phase right now. You guys will be strong in the future. And I know that for certain. So it's just something you guys are going through now. And the whole world's going through all sorts of shit. But anyway, be truthful to each other and stay strong. Bye, everybody.
Guardian,
100%, brother.
Before you go, that rascal.
He had to go. He had to get to work.
Okay, all right.
Guardian, if you're still listening, man, I'm gonna
for being here. Jana, I posted a link there. If you click on that link, you can come up on the panel.
Sorry about that, Tom.
Oh, that's okay.
Guardian, I'm gonna send you an email here in a little bit, brother. Here in probably the next couple hours. But yeah, we need to sit down and talk. But no, I agree with him, dude. If we look at the infrastructure, down to the schooling, down to the CRT, like excuse me. My apologies, Tom. Excuse me.
It's okay.
We are, I would say, 5 to 10 years behind them, but they've already been experimented on in their country. I mean, unfortunately, that's the way they do it. They experiment with other countries before they bring it here. I mean, I can make examples, but I'm not that smart to pick out certain examples. But I can use CRT as, because this is something that me and Guardian has talked about before. They actually live the CRT. What they're trying to teach in our schools, what they are teaching in our schools is what they actually live. Their ghettos and their slums are of white people instead of black. Now, I'm not saying it should be either or. I mean, there should be a balance. We all know that. But they did a complete polar flip when it came to race. That's a perfect example of what they're going through down there. And that's why other countries are like, you guys still have it good. Treat each other good. Don't self-implode. Don't take the bait from these bastards, because that's what we're doing. That's what we all do. That's why we never come together. If their population number is right, and there's actually, 8 billion people, 7 point whatever billion people, I guarantee you, man, we got at least 99% of them are us. 1% is them. That's it.
That's so true.
I mean, are you telling me we can't come together to knock these bastards down? I mean,
the Chinese proverb that I'll paraphrase very badly, but you can ignore one bee, but 1 million of them will take you out. So,
amen, dude.
We've got to come together. We've got to come together. Jana, I don't know if you're still interested in coming up, but that link in the Facebook chat should get you here. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. No.
Oh, are you on Facebook too?
Yeah.
Oh, surprised they ain't cut you off yet.
Well,
I left Facebook a long time ago, man.
The last thing we did together, that 7-hour fiasco, well, it wasn't really a fiasco. It was really pretty good. I thought I had turned Facebook off and I hadn't. So they didn't object. But at this point, I don't know how to get out of Facebook. So I think if we ever get real controversial, I'll just stick with YouTube and not involve Facebook. But I have friends on Facebook that I would like to make a part of this. Jana, can you see the link in the Facebook chat? Let me go back and try to help Jana.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Jana, that link is there. If you just click on where it says StreamYard browser, that will get you to me, and then I'll let you up on the panel.
You put me on big screen real quick,
I
Tom?
certainly can.
See that, everybody? He trusts me. See, he doesn't think I'm going to do something felonious. And
I'm leaving my finger on the button, brother.
Now, I know Redneck Prepper was joking with me earlier, but this is all I've been doing today.
Vacuum packing Cheerios.
Well, no, that's elbow macaroni.
Oh, okay. All right.
But, and I mean, this is just one tub of whatever. I'm not going to go into that, obviously. But, I mean, if you guys aren't doing this by now, and I'm doing it the ghetto way, I mean, I know I can get an extra 10 years if I use Mylar bags and all that other jazz. But guess what? We don't even barely have 10 years, guys.
No.
So, I mean, save your money. I buy rolls of the bags, and I make the bags myself, vacuum seal them up. It really doesn't cost that much. You can do your leftovers, noodles. I mean, what is it? 3 pounds? Oh man, I forgot the price. It's not that much. It's not even $3 yet. But it's gonna be. That's the point I'm making, is that food is going to be astronomical if you're not already stacking up. Oh, and I wanted to show you this thing real quick, Tom, too.
Good morning, Jana. Welcome. We'll be right with you.
I'll be 1 second. Sorry, Miss Jana. This right here.
Good. I'm watching what you got going on.
So this right here, Tom, I mean, and they have amazing fruit, by the way. Their freeze-dried fruit is absolutely amazing. This cost me $70 when I bought it, which is actually a good deal. I mean, there's a crap load of good stuff, and it's got a 30-year shelf life.
What is like a 3 or 5 gallon pail?
Yeah. And it's got bananas, apples, strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, and even yogurt in there.
Is it packaged or is it just a bucket full of?
No, it's all vacuum sealed. I don't have one that's open, but yeah, it's all vacuum sealed in Mylar and all that in the bucket.
Interesting. Let me hold that up till I can write that down. We may have to look into that.
Oh yeah, and well, these ones too, Mr. Tom.
Well, then you shut it off.
No. I was just changing. So you can get them in the smaller ones as well. These are just the tin cans, and they're in the tin cans, obviously, but they're vacuum sealed in Mylar in the cans as well. And these all have the same thing. They got 10-year shelf life, 30-year shelf life. Butter.
You just Google Augustin Farms and find it.
Or Mountain.
Yeah, I screenshotted it.
This ground beef right here, man, it is actually really good. But now this can right here was $54, Tom, just for that can.
How much does it make?
Yeah. How many meals? Would you estimate?
I don't know. It depends. I really can't. I mean, we haven't really dug a hole we haven't really ate a whole entire can.
All right.
I really can't judge that.
Freeze-dried too?
Yeah, so it's all freeze-dried. And they have, they got chicken, they got beef, they got all the good stuff. But the reason I brought it up, I mean, it's everybody needs to do it, but the reason I brought it up is that pail cost me about $70 for that pail. As of right now, it is $180
I was going to say it's going up daily too,
for,
no doubt.
yes, for that pail. It is $180.
Wow.
But if you look at your local Walmarts and stuff, I'm not trying to, go ahead and take me off big screen, please.
All right.
I'm going to switch my stuff around, and I'm not trying to show all my goodies here. Plus, I don't want to get you in trouble. But no, Tom, they have, I was going to pull out a couple that I know you and Miss Laura would actually take advantage of. But they have eggs, they got milk, they got whole eggs, they got scrambled eggs. They got the beef, they got all the vegetables, all that good stuff. But right now, I know at the Walmarts and stuff like that, their pancake mixes and their bread mixes are only $7 for a can. And again, it's got like a 10 to 20 year shelf life to just, just in case, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
These are my long term, and the vacuum sealed stuff would be, and the canned foods and all that stuff's more my short term, but it's better to have it and not need it
than need it and
that's
not have it. Absolutely.
That's pretty much where I'm at, man. And all I think of is, man, I was hungry as a kid. I'm not going down a sorrowful path, but man, I was hungry. That's what made me prep in the first place as an adult. And once you have kids, man, you got to make sure there ain't no way in hell I'm ever going to let my kids go hungry.
Absolutely.
I don't think people realize what hunger is. It's not just miss a meal. We're talking about missing days. And that's what we're looking into right now.
Losing weight and getting sick.
Your body eating yourself. It hurts. I mean, there's genuine physical pain that's involved. It sucks.
Absolutely.
And I'm sorry, Miss Janet. Welcome to the panel. Hello.
Welcome.
Hello.
Janet from Facebook.
No, I was just like sitting here just listening to what he's saying and how true it really is.
Guardian prepping. He lives in South Africa too.
Who?
Were you talking about Guardian prepping?
The gentleman that was here just before you came up. But no, I think she was talking about listening to you, man.
Oh, okay. I'm all humble over here. Is my sound okay, Tom?
Sounds perfect, man.
All
really
right.
Good. Jana, could I ask generally where you're from and what the situation with fuel and food and all that is? I mean, you don't have to get specific with where you're from, just general part of the country.
Yeah, I mean, hold on, let me put my earbuds in.
Okay.
This is so interesting. I've never done this before. Oh.
I've been trying to combine my Facebook community and my YouTube community because they are distinctly different groups of people. And I want to reach out to more people, which is why I do the Facebook thing.
Right.
So the floor is yours. Please go ahead. Let us know what's going on with you.
You kind of put me on the spot. I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I was just about to call him out on that. I'm like, dang, Tom, make her feel more nervous.
What would you like to know?
Well, I'm just curious about again the general part of the country you're from and what you're seeing with fuel prices and food prices and availability, shortages. Anything you want to share.
Well, man, it was like just like I guess like a week and a half ago, gas was like $3.18, $3.19, and all of a sudden, like it just like shot up like overnight. my friend Steven, he was like, you better get all prepped up and get your gas tank full, blah blah blah. And I was like, he knows what's up. And so I wasn't able to do it because I didn't have the money to. And then next thing you know, gas was $3.73. And I was just like, oh my God, so I put like one of those stickers, "Let's go Brandon," like on the pole, and like one of my friends, like, I was like, yeah, blah blah blah, the guy, basically talking about the gas prices, and it was like, yeah, pump 7 at Murphy's, blah blah blah, down Broadway, and took a picture of it and posted it on there, and somebody was like, they're oh, I see, I need those stickers, but since I didn't have those stickers, I just put a "Let's Go Brandon" sticker up.
Hey, we work with what we have, right?
Yeah, I was like, I haven't gotten those yet, so yeah, "Let's Go Brandon." And it's still there.
Good.
Like, I live in such a conservative town, like a lot of people that aren't like really like into politics and into the scripture and like the reality of freaking life, okay? They just like just live life as if like nothing is happening.
Yeah. Hey, Tammy, great to see you. Really good to see you. I tell you what, that business about people that'll tell you I don't get involved in politics, and that's been a bone in my throat for months now. And when somebody says that to me, I tell them, you got to get involved in politics. Politics is ruining your life right now, and you can't just sit
Exactly.
back and watch it happen. And I would hope you would advise your friends the same. This is not a spectator sport anymore. We've got to get involved in
Oh
whatever
yeah.
way we're able. But you got to encourage people to vote if we're still around in November. This is serious, at least to me, and it's serious to a lot of people that I know too. I'm like you. My area is very conservative, which I'm thankful to God for.
Right.
So I don't see this division that people are talking about. And I mean, I know through the country it's divided, but I still think there's a lot
Just
more of
divided, like mainstream media like is so over exaggerates that, and that's what gets me. And I mean, I'll be honest, like, okay, I'll wait tables, and some of my regulars are Black people. I mean, shit, I treat them exactly the same way that I would want to be treated. And I mean, they are awesome freaking people. And it's just like like this shit is just made up. I don't know.
I'd like to think that just because I don't see it at my house doesn't mean it's not there, but I don't know.
It's like they
What little bit I
propagate
go
it
out,
so much. They propagate it so much.
they want it to be in our heads and I just don't think it's as bad as that they're putting it on. Do you live in a relatively small community?
Um,
or a pretty good town.
Well, okay. So you're familiar with Texas?
No. Remember the Alamo? That anniversary just passed. But no, I've never been to Texas. I don't know. I'm not familiar with it. But I live in a real small community. It's, the population is in the hundreds rather than thousands. So I don't really get a good view of the world. Where people in bigger cities, bigger towns, they see more. There you go, redneck. I don't think there's 100 right in my town.
Yeah, like it was so weird because like I don't know. Like I've noticed like people that have like moved here, they're just different. I mean, they're sweet as can be, and they're getting jobs in different states, and some people I'm like working with them, but we don't talk anything political or anything like that. But it's just like you can totally tell that they're not from here.
All right, I got you.
But I mean, I treat them like, I talk to them. I'm very respectful towards them, and I don't know. I mean, they can be very nice people.
Absolutely.
But
yeah.
But it's just like these people, like it's just like some people just. It's like, where are you from? I don't know.
Do most of the people when they come into your restaurant is it usually the same people every day, or you have different people moving in and through? And
well, as guests move or just, I mean, of course, yeah, I have my regulars and everything, but there's people from like, outside, little towns surrounding the area.
Okay, so you see different people.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I meet so many different people, and
well, so you definitely got a feel of what's going on,
Yeah, but it's so funny because it's not uncommon to be like walking by and listening to somebody talking about like somebody like allowing their kid to change their gender, and and it's like, what? But that's like a 1 in a million. I mean, it's just weird whenever you witness it. You know what I mean?
Oh,
so,
yeah.
And I'm just like, whoa, that just happened. But yeah,
things that we never thought we'd see. It's
things they've been telling us for decades too.
Absolutely.
They've been telling us they were doing this stuff. They've been, that's where the pain really happens at least for me. It's like, man,
yeah.
Growing up in this system like that and not ignoring it so much because it was so much in our face. Just, the lower income people that wasn't working, stuff like that. I mean, you could see it right in your, it was in our face pretty much.
Sure.
And, So getting to be an adult, it's like, how the hell are anybody? Why the hell is anybody surprised? Like, it took me a while, especially within this community. I'm over here like, man, I've been saying this same thing for years. The hell you guys mad about for now? They've been doing this shit for decades. And that, Sir Tom, is why I can't go red. That's why I can't go blue. That's why it's like, man, I have no idea what's gonna fix it, but I know neither one of them dumbasses can. I mean, none of it. It's almost like an alternate reality, man. Really.
Yeah, see, this red and blue thing to me is that's just another divisive term, I guess you got to say.
Yeah.
It's a term that they use to predict who's going to vote, which way people are going to vote.
Yeah.
And of course, we got to consider ourselves among the red, but it goes deeper than that. We have to consider ourselves constitutional conservatives.
Yeah.
God-fearing, country-loving people, you know, people that love each other, for God's sake. What's so hard about that?
Well, I think that's where the militarized social media came into play when it came to the red and blue, and that's why you see so much hate. Like, there's always been a hate. There's been a divisive hate there. It was probably a lot more subtle before we got social media, but the fact that they were able to weaponize it against us and blame each other instead of blaming the ones that are actually ruling us, we're blaming each other because, well, hey, Tom voted for that red guy over there, so it's his fault that my kids can't eat lunch at school, or vice versa. You know what I mean? We're blaming each other instead of the ones that are actually making the laws, making the bills, causing the propaganda. You know what I mean? It's like we're so busy just divided amongst each other about the people that are supposed to be ruling us, or whatever the hell. They're not even supposed to rule us, first and foremost.
They're certainly not. They're supposed to serve us.
Right? We're supposed to be the rulers.
They're supposed to be working for us. They're working for themselves, and they're using us to further their own gains.
Yeah.
And that's what's got to stop. I got to admit, man, there are people around here that I used to be very close friends with, and I don't want anything to do with them anymore. I don't wish them any harm, but I don't want anything more to do with them. Just because I know they were part of screwing this country up to the point where it is right now. And some of them stand by their decision.
Dang.
Yeah.
So, if you're that stupid, I got nothing more to say to you. I can't help you. And Silver Girl, you're right. It's, words and categories. But there is a category that loves this country, and I keep saying there's more of us than there are of them.
Yeah.
But how do we stand up to them? That I don't know. Because one guy by himself is going to end up in jail. Did you hear the first verdict in the January 6th thing came out?
Are you talking about who got indicted? What's her name? Dr. Simone Gold or something?
I'm not familiar with that name. This was a male, and he got sentenced, I forget how many years, and it'll be federal prison, no doubt. But I mean, they hammered that guy.
Yeah, but this chick, it's like Simone Gold, Dr. Gold or something like that. But yeah, she got sentenced. I don't even know how long, but it's just like they don't even have any freaking remorse, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, Cola. They and of course I don't know what the guy really did. Some of those people did commit crimes, you know, there's no doubt about it. But they trumped up charges like, I love this, attempting to obstruct. How did they word that? Attempting to obstruct the certification of the new president. It's basically what they charged him with. Well, there's a whole bunch of us guilty of that if we'd have had the chance.
So making up lies to suit their needs, pretty
Exactly.
much.
Yeah, pretty much.
But the guy that was like involved in like the he was waving everybody in. What was his name? I think he was on video.
You talking
like,
about the undercover FBI guy?
I guess.
I can't
What
remember
was
his
his
name,
name?
but I can't remember his name, but I know they named a guy that, yeah, was on behalf of the government encouraging people to go in the building. And that ain't
Yeah.
a lie. It's wide open. It's widely known information. And of
Okay.
course, nothing's being done about that.
I know, and it's just like, what the hell?
Well, what you see is not really what you're seeing. You're misunderstanding what is happening right in front of your own eyes. That's what they try to tell you. It's like the Star Wars movie. You know, these are not the droids you're looking for. Oh, these aren't the droids we're looking for. And they moved on. You can go now. Let's go now.
Right.
And that's the way they expect us to act. We're not that.
Well, yeah, because like you remember, like with the Las Vegas massacre and Stephen Paddock, and remember how everything, like all the.
Good night, Redneck. Thanks for coming.
All the information, like they had to do like FOIA requests to like declassify information to certain lawyers. And I mean, I followed the whole freaking thing, and it wasn't him. It was not him. Like when they went into the freaking hotel rooms that he had, it was two different rooms, but they were connected. And when they went in there, it was like you could clearly say that, or say them, or hear them say that there was no broken glass anywhere in there. But they, I mean, just inconclusive. I mean, seriously?
Yeah, yeah. And Cola, thank you.
And then Ben El Salmon and all those people that owned the up above tower or rooms. I mean, it's just crazy. Nothing was done.
Oh, no, absolutely not. There was a Saudi prince involved in that deal, wasn't there?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
he
yeah.
had a whole floor rented out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, excuse me just a minute. I'll be right back. Ghetto,
okay.
Take over for me, will you?
I'll try. Sorry, 1 second.
It's okay.
I was in the middle of sealing up some oatmeal. Freaking Tom, just throw me out under the bus real quick.
Oh, it's all good.
So do you live in like the Texas area or something? I'm up in the Pacific Northwest.
Pacific Northwest, Texas?
No. Up in Oregon, Washington, Idaho area.
Oh, okay. Well, I live in Texas. Yeah.
Oh, okay, nice.
Good old East Texas.
Nice. So how'd you find Tom? Just through Facebook Lives or something, or?
I think so. Yeah, like because I gotta ask him. Do you know if he follows Marlon?
Yeah.
Do you follow Marlon?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. I think that's how we met each other, by just commenting and shit
Oh,
like
okay.
that.
Nice. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Tom from another creator. He's not here with us anymore, but I met him
Who
through
was
there.
it?
His name was Dangerous Freedom. He just passed away right before the New Year's. But yeah, that's where I met Tom at. Tom was always up on his panel, and we always sparked really good conversations, and we built a pretty good relationship out of it. I see him as my great great grandfather. Don't tell him that.
Busted.
Pick on the old guy, I swear.
Yeah, especially when he's gone. We were trying to get it all out before he came back.
Okay, Janice. So our connection is Corey and Marlon. Is that how you got familiar with me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I was trying to figure that out.
Are you Tom Tompkins?
I am.
Or what? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I've known those guys, oh man, a long time. A couple of years now.
See, it was like a suggested video, and it was Marlon Brown, and I was like, okay. And it was before him and Corey got linked together and started doing their show.
Okay.
But I had known Marlon, before the Too Strong. So, but I mean, I like both of them. Their perspectives are, even sometimes whenever they're different, at least they can like find a truce in it. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Those guys are great on their own, but when the
Yes.
two of them get together, something happens.
Oh, I know.
Almost like magic.
I know.
Yeah,
Yes.
those guys belong together. They definitely
Yes.
do. Oh.
Like I try to watch their show like every day, but like I always have to watch like replays, and I don't know if I should say this, but the Volodymyr Zelensky,
Uh-huh. The president of Ukraine.
Yes. And his connections with like a production company, and I was just like, it's just kind of weird that, I was just joking about it, and I was like, it's like, God, Steve Mnuchin had a production company. Now Vladimir Zelensky has a freaking production company. Are we watching a freaking movie right now?
Well, hey, Ronald Reagan was an actor.
I'm just like, shit. Huh?
Ronald Reagan was an actor. So why can't a normal Joe rise up and be president of his country? That's the American dream, right?
Well,
Every
yeah.
kid born, the doctor says he or she can be president someday.
Oh, yeah.
So, I don't take the fact that maybe they were in show business to be all that weird, really. I love Donald Trump because he was a successful businessman. I didn't even know anything about the man other than he was a rich guy from New York. I never watched his TV shows. You know, I didn't know shit. But the idea that this country might be run like a business by a guy that knows how to run a business appealed to me.
Freaking exactly.
It appealed to me a lot. So, what was
Shut
that?
up. Go ahead and keep on muting yourself. I was about to say something anyway. Mute your freaking self. Anyway, Tom. Ew, you rude ghetto.
Ghetto's good.
Oh, I know. I'm just fucking with them. I just lost my train of thought though. So
I'm good at doing that. If it was about Trump, it wasn't important, so it's cool.
Hey, no, it was very important.
We were talking about people with show business ties becoming the leaders of a country, if that helps.
Oh, yeah. You there?
Yeah, right here.
No, I was talking to home dude.
Oh, he's
yeah, home dude's here. I'm in the middle of vacuum, so that's why I keep muting myself. I'm vacuum sealing up some what is it, oatmeal.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so like country. I'm like home dude. I bet you're not used to people like me.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. I'm sure you're not used to people like me, so it's all good. Nobody's really ready for the ghetto.
I look like I have. Oh my God! Look, I feel like I have like a unicorn thing on my head.
You do
and like horns hanging out. I better move. I got to move. Oh, Jesus.
The people you find on Facebook, Tom.
It's
See, that's why I left Facebook.
You know I'm fine.
It's cold out there.
Oh, yeah, it's gotten cold.
Yeah, man. Thought we had a little spring weather. It got up to 70 degrees here the other day, and now Saturday night we're going to see 15. So,
holy crap! Yeah, that's not that cold.
Dang, are you serious? Where are you at?
I'm in eastern West Virginia, in the Appalachian Mountains.
Oh shit! Yeah. I need to look up my weather. Hold on.
Oh, what a pretty boy.
Man, he is probably twice the size since the last time I showed you him.
Dog breaks my heart, man.
You want him? I'll send him right over in a crate, man.
I want him, but I can't have him, man.
You can't, or you just won't get another one?
No, I'm not going to get another one. Another one's going to outlive me, man, and that ain't fair to the dog. And I'm too old to train another one, so can't do it. I had my fun. I was owned by German Shepherds for 45 years, man, so it was a good run.
Yeah. I like how you said that, because that's pretty much how it is. Yeah. Hey, man, this dude, he just pisses me more off because he follows my wife more than me. Well, supposed to be my dog.
Yeah, they make that decision.
Yeah.
What breed is it?
He's a German Shepherd.
Oh.
A little light on him, man. Let's
I'm in the middle of the garage, so I can't. I mean, you can make me bigger. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, look at! Oh my God!
Wow. Big old satellite dishes on his head.
Oh, beautiful.
Shake.
Yes, sir.
Shake.
I want to smell his head, man.
No, he probably smells like crap. He eats his own doo-doo. Oh, now you see, this is what he does. See, now he thinks he's in trouble for some reason. It makes no sense, dude. Because his mom's out there she's outside, and he's in here by himself with me, so now he thinks he's in trouble. Makes no sense, man.
Aw.
He'll get over that.
Well, I'm trying to take him on walks and stuff like that, man, and he's petrified of the leash. This dude, he screams, Tom. Like, he legit screams. I'm trying to figure out how to train him just on a leash.
Oh, when you put him on a leash, he screams.
Yeah, he helps and he'll start doing flip, and like he's his own. He's a handful, to say the least. Man. They're weird. Yeah, he's got his own personality, and it's definitely all to do with his mom.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, Laura was so jealous of Scout because he gravitated right toward me, and then you get that, oh, he's your dog, and that you're like, asshole.
Look like we got
the other shepherd we had was hers. So I mean, it's they decide. They really do.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. There's something up in our tree. I don't know what it is. Probably a raccoon, but the dogs are going nuts. I'll be right back.
All right, buddy.
Oh Lord. You guys and y'all's dogs.
oh, you fall for them. I've had my heart broken so many times.
Hey, I've had like 3 chihuahuas. One was like a deer-legged chihuahua. She was like very light blondish, and she was just so beautiful. And she got like out of the balcony area. I lived in McKinney, and she never saw her again.
Oh, she ran off. Wow.
Well, that was not like her, because like she knew where she lived. Somebody had to have picked her up because she had the microchip and everything, and yeah. Somebody,
that's sad.
yeah,
That's
it was
sad.
just like I was really, really, that was my baby girl, you know. But I don't know. It was just like now I'm just like I have cats. I'm sure you may have seen pictures of my cats on my Facebook. I don't know.
I don't know whether I have or not. I see a lot of pictures of cats. People love their cats.
They're the snowshoe Siamese.
Cats, as a rule, don't like me, so I never was a cat person. I don't know why. Yes.
What'd you say?
I said cats, for some reason, don't like me, so I've never been a cat person.
Oh.
I guess I have that dog spirit about me.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, so I'm still just concerned about the lies that we're being fed. The just like the day before yesterday, and I saw this video from 2 different sources. One of the sources I trust implicitly. They showed a bunch of bodies. I think the reporter standing there holding his microphone. There are 54 bodies.
Oh my God! And it was like, and she was like trying to like cover up.
The plastic blew off of one guy, and he grabbed the plastic, so he wasn't very dead. I got better, you know.
I got like multiple screenshots, okay, of like this going in motion.
Yep.
And it's just like, wow. Are
when
you
one thing like that,
serious right now?
yeah, really. So what else? What else is not true? What else is total bullshit? Because that was total bullshit.
They got away with it during the COVID-19. It was like there was one portrayal of like a bunch of caskets like out somewhere in Australia or something, and just like caskets like all over the place, and like as if they were filled with bodies. But some researcher found that exact scene in this movie.
I don't know.
Yeah, they found the exact scene, same scene that they as what they put on TV in a movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's going on right now. They're showing battle scenes that come from video games. Exactly, Cole. Yeah, everybody knew it was bullshit. It was a production. It wasn't a news report. Yeah. And we ought to be offended. We ought to be, man.
What?
We ought to be offended. It's just that they would take us to be
think that we're that stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I'm like, I'm not Republican and I'm not Democrat. I am independent. I'm not going to go red or blue. I'm going to go with, God. I mean, that's the only way to do it, because like there are Republicans that don't really mean the best for us.
Oh,
absolutely. I mean, and so I'm just like, whenever I get registered to vote again, I miss the midterms, and I mean, I pretty much knew it was going to happen, so I was like, whatever, because it expired, and but like during this next presidential one, I hope he chooses his Trump if he does get in office again. I mean, it's pretty obvious he wants to run again, but he needs to like choose wisely in his like vice president this time. You know what I mean?
Well, I think one thing's for sure, and if he does happen to run again, the man learned a whole lot in that 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people disappointed him, and he's not going to make the same mistake twice, I don't believe. And
why?
I saw
Amen to that.
guns.
Amen
why on
to that.
earth would he run again, though? Like, how would that make sense in any reality?
So many people want him to.
It doesn't matter what we want.
Many
why would
people
he?
want
Okay,
him
but
to.
why would he run and expect to win under a falsehood of? I mean, not falsehood. That's the wrong. Under a counterfeit voting. I mean, he already said everything was stolen from him. So why wouldn't it be stolen from him again? What would be the point of running again if you already know it's being stolen? That's my point.
Get out in numbers that any fortification.
We already did. I guarantee you 90% of America voted. Listen for 1 second. Yes, I'm 1 second. 90% of our country voted for that dude this time around. There's no way Biden should have won. 90% at least of us voted. So it doesn't matter how many come to the polls and vote for him. If it's rigged, it's rigged. It's always been rigged. My point is,
think that's
why
true,
would
Ghetto. If you add the numbers that they publish, you got to go with their numbers. That the one that's there now got 80 couple million, and the one that got cheated got 70 million. That's only 150 million. It's 330 million people here. So 50% voted, period. 25 or less voted for the guy that got cheated.
I believe 90% of voters, period, voted for that guy. I really do.
Well,
I don't think I do. I'm talking about Trump. I'm talking about voted for Trump, not Biden. Just so you know.
Yes. Thank you.
No, I wasn't talking about Biden. Just because I don't like Trump doesn't mean
you're
I'm
talking
for
about
Biden. Trust that.
90% of the people that voted.
Yes, voted for Trump. I do
And you know
believe
what?
so.
I wouldn't even argue with that.
Exactly. So that's my point. Why would he want to run again if that's going to happen again?
Because
that's what I mean. It doesn't matter if
voters didn't vote.
He would do it. The reason that he would do it would be like, okay, like he really in the Democrat Party would suit the presidency any better than Donald Trump.
So why the hell didn't he run as a Democrat though? That's what doesn't make sense to me.
I'm glad
he off.
No.
He's always been a Democrat.
Yeah.
So I mean, why didn't he just run as a Democrat? I don't understand that part.
The Democrats have changed over the years. Then
he changed with them. But I mean, he was a Democrat all up until he ran for presidency. That's what I mean.
I think he knew the Democrats wouldn't let him be the nominee. They wanted Hillary.
Okay.
They were going to have Hillary or go to hell trying. And they got what they wanted.
Yeah.
Well, I think they still got what they want, but
yeah, they did.
That's my argument. I mean, I'm talking about with Trump, but that's where, usually I differ with probably everybody in this community. But I do believe the Democrats wanted him up there. I think that's the whole. I mean, I don't know. Birds don't change their feathers.
They thought he was going to be such a nuisance that. I mean, because I remember watching like Saturday Night Live, like before he got, elected, voted for, and they would joke around about him, and be like, yes, blah, blah, blah,
Well, they always have. He's for decades.
Yeah, so, whenever he started running for president, they even, intensified it, and it was just like, dang, dude, wow. See, I guess I never really paid attention.
I think that's a big thing is where a lot of us didn't pay attention. I agree they amplified it, but it's always been there. The heckling from us was always there. I mean, he's a rich dude. I mean, us down at the bottom, we're always talking shit about billionaires. And that's just the way society rolls. But I think they definitely amplified it when he was running and stuff like. I mean, there's definitely an agenda. You know what I mean? There really was.
Yeah.
But I just don't see. I mean, we're where we're at. We're where we. Go ahead.
Oh, do you remember back in the day, the rappers would be idolizing Trump and saying that, if they made as much money as Trump, they would feel like they really were doing something with their lives or something.
Yeah, they wanted
I don't know.
money wise, they wanted to get up to where he was. Yes. I just don't.
Go ahead.
And then all of a sudden started hating on him. I don't know.
Well, it wasn't the idolizing of him; it was the money. It
Yeah.
was
Well,
more
I
the
mean,
it was the
I
more the money
understand
that he
that.
had.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but like, why be so freaking fake? Like, if this guy's running for office and you're gonna think of him as a freaking joke and not even know what kind of person he really is. I mean,
Right, Cola. I don't know, man. I can't I can't fathom why there's still a following. I mean, we're here in part because of him. I don't understand why people can't see what he did to help us
we're where?
here, United States of America. You think Biden did all of this that we're going through? Come on, man. There's no way.
Oh, he
Come
sure
on,
did.
man. He fucking sure did. He
Okay, so
stopped the
what?
Keystone.
Okay, what
He
happened to
stopped the
our farms?
Keystone.
Okay,
He
but what?
stopped the
Okay,
Keystone pipeline. All the farms, like, I think it was like Bill Gates or something,
no, 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 no,
like
no.
bought a bunch of.
I'm talking about in the beginning of the. I'm just using one example. In the beginning of the lockdowns and all that other stuff, his administration let all the co-ops be bought out. I'm talking about farms. I'm talking about thousands of farms that had to throw away thousands and thousands of tons of potatoes and onions and pour out millions of gallons of milk. It was under his administration. The food part was under his administration. Under his administration, we printed out more money than any other time in history. I'm not saying he's the cause of everything. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he played his part just as much as dumbass that's in there right now. But we always forget to think of. I mean,
What
I think
control
there's
is the
just too much
president permitted?
hopium.
Well,
No, it's not hopium. It's at least everything that he did do. He tried to do his best, and he really was looking out for us as Americans. I mean, I could see that in him. I could see that in his eyes, the way he, corresponded with like people. Like, he met like a guy that I work with, like, actually met him. He was in Iraq, and like he had video and everything of meeting him. And like, Trump during this whole thing was getting like ridiculed for going to Iraq to visit with the troops. And I mean, that made a difference. That gave those troops like a lot of hope and ambition and everything. I mean, because I work with this guy, and like, yeah, he's been through all of that, and he has utmost respect for Trump, because, I mean, what has Biden done?
well, under Trump, we had hyper deregulation, which put people to work in unheard of numbers. We were
Right.
energy independent. We were selling.
Exactly.
There was a time when I heard some official, if it wasn't Trump himself, say in a speech, right now there's some places in the world where water is worth more than oil
Yeah.
because we were producing so much. We had border security. Do you understand? Well, the last number I heard was 2 million people have come across this border illegally, dispersed into the country. Trump had nothing to do with that shit. And we don't know what kind of criminals, we don't know what kind of terrorists, we don't know what kind of foreign soldiers may be gathering here. And that's all under Joey.
And
Everything's gone to
that
hell since
is
that
that is
inauguration.
very
You've
true.
got to admit that. It's gone to hell. And it's worse every day. And talking about a 2024 election, I really feel is very optimistic because I'm not sure there's going to be an election in 2024 if the one this November doesn't go the right way. And you folks better take that to heart.
Yes.
And this business of arguing about, I don't know what the Trump administration had to do with food co-ops anyway. I really don't feel like they probably had any authority over it. I don't know.
What kind of food co-ops?
Well,
What
these
was it
food
again?
co-ops that Ghetto was talking about closing down, and
So do we believe this is a scamdemic, right?
yeah,
I mean,
no doubt.
I mean,
A manufactured.
I mean,
I don't know scam, but it was
something manufactured. Okay,
Absolutely.
now, did it start under Biden or Trump?
It started in China. Trump had nothing.
No,
to
did
do
it start under the administration of Trump or Biden?
Probably started under Obama.
Well, I mean, I know it started way back when, but you guys are avoiding what I'm trying to ask, and you know the answer to it. My point is that
hey, just look up Event 201.
It hit us.
yeah, I already know. It's part of the agenda. I agree.
You know,
They had
conveniently to make him
already
look bad
had
for
the
the election.
patent for it and everything, so whatever. If it started under Trump's administration, Bill Gates and all them said that there was going to be a.
But how does that leave him out of the? How does that leave him out of the whole entire situation? Like he still comes off scot-free, even though it came under his administration, the whole warp speed, the whole leaving while everything's being stolen. None of that gets tallied up on his, there's no marks against him for any of it.
I'm not saying the man was perfect, but he's got to get credit for doing the best he could. He was not
He
God.
had darts
He couldn't wave his
flying
hand
at him. He had
Who
darts
cares?
flying
They
at
should.
him the whole
They didn't kill
time.
him. He's still alive. He's still living in a $1 billion whatever resort. He's good. He's fine. He doesn't give no shits about us.
Yes, he does. That's
Sure
why
he
he's
does. He wants to come
still.
back and try to
That's
straighten
why
his
he's
mess out.
So why the
still
hell
is
didn't he
doing
stay while he
rallies.
was saying he was getting stolen? That's
It
what I don't
wasn't legal.
understand.
It
He
was
abandoned
not
ship.
legal for him to stay under the circumstances. It was
Under
not
the circumstances, it shouldn't have mattered what the law said,
Well, it
because
matters
we
what the
were in jeopardy.
Constitution says. You got to fall back on the Constitution, man. What he did was proper. What was done to him was not right, but what he did was proper. He could not stay.
And he had a lot of people working on his behalf, trying to prove that. And
Where am I? But see,
just
this is. So I'm kind of more looking towards Moose, man. How am I full of shit? I'm just asking simple questions to try to
I
get
never
people.
said you were full of shit.
Get.
Who said you were full of
I'm
shit?
talking. No, I'm talking about Moose Man on the chat, because that's why he wanted to go. Is like people that are so for him think that other people that question it think that we're on the other side. We're not on another side. This is where the division is. This is the red and blue.
I never thought that you were on the other side.
This is the red and blue. This is the red and blue line that we as Americans need to come together on. If he was a constitutionalist, if he was an independent, he sure wasn't acting like one. Who gives a fuck about the law when your country is in danger? This is what I'm mad about, Tom. I was actually looking forward to the dude standing up when he should have, as a man, as the leader of this country. I was expecting him to stand up, but he didn't.
We all wanted that, but looking
back. Are you
back,
talking about like what with the voter fraud?
About him screaming that everything's being stolen, the country's being stolen, and then he just packed up and left.
Dude, look at all the lawsuits that were like filed against.
Who cares about the lawsuits? The country's being stolen. Fuck the law.
The moment he refuses to leave office, he becomes
Mike Lindell, Rudy Giuliani, Michael Flynn, Lynn Wood,
Jenna Ellis. Turned out to be a major disappointment.
I mean, it was like a whole slew of people that were trying to expose the truth on him, or about the voter fraud. And like Mike Lindell did this whole seminar, and I watched the whole thing, and it was just like, there's video evidence of them rescanning.
Then why didn't he stay and fight? Because that's the question I have. We already know what he did, and
See,
I'm
I
agreeing
don't
with
know.
what happened. I'm agreeing with what happened.
Because the courts, they just kept throwing it out. They were bought and sold out too. The courts.
As were they all. That's the only place I've seen.
Yeah. Andy, you asked me, do I think we're in end times? I don't really think end times. I think hard times. I think times are going to get harder.
What media, Mooseman? I don't understand what media I'm saying because I have something bad to say about Trump. That means I'm looking at the media. I'm saying fuck both sides. They're both against us. Please explain to me what media outlet is actually saying that to us. Please tell me that there's a media that's what I mean. That's the types of people that I end up having these conversations with, and it's frustrating trying to get my point across. And I love you, Tom. Don't get me wrong, because I know you know where I'm coming from and what I'm saying, and that's why we can have actual intelligent conversations.
Yeah, man. And I wanted the same thing you're talking about.
What do you mean?
I wanted him to stay and say to hell.
Well, yeah. It would be better than this other guy. I just don't see how it would be any better.
Then
that's what I mean.
He would have single-handedly destroyed the Constitution, because the Constitution is our ruling document. And he had to go. He can come back.
But if somebody was doing it illegally, why would the law matter if somebody's... if somebody's going to shoot me, right? And I have a gun that doesn't belong to me, am I allowed to save my life by using that other gun, or should I just be like, well, fuck, I don't know.
You absolutely are. You absolutely are allowed to defend your life.
You realize how many people have died under Biden, Tom?
Oh, my. Yeah.
Because one man that was supposed to save us or help save us or whatever he was supposed to do decided to leave. These are the things I'm talking about. It's not about...
told he had to leave.
But he didn't have to. We got soldiers, Tom. I know I've said this before, and we've had this conversation before, but, we have soldiers that go over to other countries to protect them from being stolen.
Yep.
They give their life for other countries. You're telling me one man that had all this clout, that had all these people behind him, because he did. He had millions of people. Millions of Americans loved the guy. I got no idea why, but they did. And we would have stood behind him, right?
We would have, yes, but others wouldn't. And it would have been total
They
chaos.
would have basically said that he was overstepping his boundaries. He just recently had his Mar-a-Lago house raided, and they found some Secret Service it was
the Veritas and all that, probably part of it.
The Fisk or something or whatever.
Until I see him in prison, then I'm not believing all the stuff that they're saying about him. I just don't believe it. I don't think he deserves to be in prison like that on these types of things. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying we're talking about an entity that is so freaking crooked. These are the same bastards that killed JFK. One dude's not just going to slip its way through a system that is that corrupt, that is that got that much power and money behind him, unless he was controlled opposition. So until I see him in prison or something, I'm just going to have to go with the way that I feel about him. And it's got nothing to do with individuals. I don't like being, I wouldn't say attacked, but I don't like being told that I listen to the media, like Mooseman likes saying, or people getting so mad at me because I don't agree with Trump. That's what makes me an American. That's why,
right to disagree.
It's not that I'm saying he was bad. I didn't even say that he didn't do anything good. I know what he did good. But ultimately, we're here right now. We're fucked right now.
No doubt.
And by the fact, oh crap, I'm out of here. Cola's
Good
coming up to
morning, Miss
defend her
Cola.
man. Oh shit.
No, but I mean, there's so many things I want to say, and you don't hear the
I
chat, so
know
I'm
you
like, I
do.
got to get
I
up here
know
so
you
you can
do.
hear it.
I know you do.
Okay, so for starters, but you say, oh, why didn't he do this and that? Whatever, he didn't leave. Well, she mentioned Lindell. You know, he came to the White House, and they all saw the paper that said martial law and all this other stuff, and it was all whispered about. And I believe that he considered it, but you got to remember what Pence didn't do. And they say, Pence said, oh, well, I couldn't do it. I didn't have the authority. I wasn't able to. Yet just a little while back, God, I'm so loud in my house. If y'all hear me echoing, but seriously though, a little while back ago, they're trying to change the laws now to stop that from being able to happen. Well, if he couldn't do anything, why would they change the law? You know, well, he wasn't able to do it. It was illegal for him to do it. So why now are we going to change the law where it'll never be able to happen? Thought it wasn't able to be happened. I know that sounded so incoherent, but it makes sense. I've been down all these rabbit holes, and I've thought about all the things you're saying. But I do believe that he did want to stay, but he couldn't, because they would have, you know, listen how they talk about him now. They already act like he's, you know, broke every law, and he's such a sore loser and a piece of crap and everything. Oh my God, girl. And the stuff that they write where they say, what really makes me so mad is they always say the false claims of an election, da, da, da. You know, once upon a time, the news was one side thinks this, one side thinks that, and it wasn't so opinion and what the person writing it thought. You know, it was this guy's alleging voter fraud, and these people are saying, oh, there's no voter fraud, but they just say straight up, oh, his untrue statements about it. Just makes me so mad.
Yeah.
But anyways, I do think that.
But guess what, Cola? It also makes me mad too. That's what people are failing to see here.
Oh, I see it, and I understand your questions.
I'm definitely not against a dude like that on that side. I'm on America's side. Us as a people, my children, you, Tom, everybody here.
Yeah,
that's what
I
I
have
mean.
One more thing, and I totally forgot it, but I definitely got out the thing about Pence. But I think he had intentions on fighting, but he didn't know that Pence was going to not help him. And then you know what happened on January 6th? We all know. It was over on January 6th. It was done for. It was over with. However, he believed that Pence was going to have his back, and he was up for a rude awakening on that. And like I said, if it wasn't possible, then they wouldn't have been talking about changing the laws here recently. So it's obviously it was possible, but Pence he did what he was told. And so I do think that he was trying to fight, but he was trying to do it within the legal realm, and everybody let him down, you know?
Yep.
So nothing.
Remember, at least to me, it seemed like they were in the act of disputing that election in Congress that day, January 6th. And then what happens? Capitol Police let all those people in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was definitely layers going on there, no doubt.
Oh, man, that was a Broadway
changed.
show. It was a Broadway show.
He had asked Pelosi to have extra troops there, and she didn't allow them because why? What was her? He always brings that up because no one ever wants to answer it because it only makes sense that they wanted all this to happen. And I put in chat, I don't know if anyone noticed earlier, about what about the police officers? So was there 2 or 3, maybe 4 that killed themselves, and they were the ones that let the folks in? Now, my little conspiracy mind says those guys were told, let a bunch of people in, don't get in their way, and then they did, and then they started thinking, somebody's cuckoo clock's calling me crazy. I hear it. So, anyways, I'm just saying, so they did what they were told, they let them in, and then it's like, oh shit, what if they tell? Because then they could tell who told them to do that, so they, you know, quote unquote, killed themselves.
Yeah, and was it really suicide?
Right. That's why.
Or was it Parkinside?
Right. As much as Epstein killed himself, which honestly, that's a fun one for me. I wonder. I'll take a real sharp left on y'all just to see y'all's opinions. A lot of people have brought to me, a while back when we had more time to talk about anything else but war and everything else about the Epstein thing, that maybe he did not kill himself and he's not dead at all, and he's out living his life somewhere, and everybody's still making money and doing their thing.
And I don't know what it was about. There was a lot more details, and I thought that was pretty interesting. Pretty interesting theory, because it honestly probably makes more sense. We know that he didn't kill himself, but is he even dead is a better question. All the cameras were off. Everything just worked out perfectly.
I kind of figure he's probably dead, but no, he didn't kill himself.
I don't think he's
No,
dead. They don't get rid
I
of you. Don't get rid of your favorite drug dealer, man. That's just not
Something about it. There was more. They said
Yeah,
that his money was being moved and things were happening with his money.
he
Now, I mean, I
supplied
guess they
him
could
with
be
the best,
spending it,
probably.
but I think he's probably on an island somewhere and still hooking up with 14-year-olds and stuff.
It's very possible. I can't imagine that girl sitting in jail, although it's probably a pretty cushy jail. But she gave up her freedom to keep the secret. That's kind of hard to pull off. But who knows?
Yeah, they said she's scared now because another one, quote unquote, killed herself.
Uh-huh.
Okay, you did hear that. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't remember the exact details, but I know that there was an article, written that, oh, she's afraid because of this. So what's crazy is that they write that article, right? Because that obviously insinuates that she doesn't believe this other one was a suicide either. And they're totally fine to write about it.
That was
To
just
put
like
that
in the last 2
insinuation there.
weeks, wasn't it?
Wasn't that long ago, but I
No.
just think that they would, veer away from that and not write about it, because it'd be like they're giving it credence or whatever by saying, oh, she's afraid she'll be next. Oh, but I thought this person killed themselves. I mean, it's like they're feeding into the conspiracy with us. You know what I mean?
wait, are you talking about Virginia Roberts or Virginia Giffray?
No, there was another person involved in the whole Epstein thing. I think he helped recruit the women or something, maybe. And he ended up, dying in his jail cell, just like Epstein did. And so then they wrote an article saying, oh, Ghislaine is worried for herself, that she's next. But like I said, I find it funny that they would even report on that, because it's like they're giving it credibility that why else would she be worried? It's kind of like, you're not supposed to say that. They'll talk about anything, but,
See, they don't think their lies through. They're like
Do you remember the name of the person that she
I
said?
don't. I wish I did.
Damn it.
Usually I do too, but I mean, it was just kind of like, I don't know how to, like a drop in the bucket with all the stuff going on. It was kind of a big deal, but it wasn't shocking to me.
Right, exactly. And we just put it off and turned our attention to this war.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they wanted us to do.
Yep.
The more interesting thing about it is, like what we've been talking about, all the propaganda. If you had cut and dry, true story to be told, you wouldn't need all the bullshit, all the propaganda and videos. You would just show what's happening. But they're lying. And it seems to me like, I think everybody's pretty much said this before, that, it's very strategic and they're just going in and doing very specific things. It's not like they're going after the children or the people that just live there. It's not like if it were straight up crazy ass war, they'd have all this footage. They wouldn't need video games. They wouldn't need movies.
It's half-assed. Whatever is being done is half-assed. It's not a real war.
Mm-hmm.
But we're being groomed to be okay with what this administration decides to do. And what they're going to decide to do is stupid. They're going to get involved. You can't convince me otherwise. And man, they got all these ICBMs out there, and
I remember what my other thing for Ghetto was, as far as the reason why he kept saying, oh, when did COVID, are you there, Ghetto?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm like, I'm coming for you. You gotta be present here.
I'm ready.
No, I'm not. I'm just playing. I'm just saying though.
Get me, girl.
So with the whole, you're like, which president did the COVID come out? Was it his? You were on that. To me, I believe that was literally the only way they could got him out of office, and they knew it. And it was like, that's what they played that trump card. No pun intended.
But how did they get him out of office because of that?
because they obviously said he mishandled it. It messed up the economy and different things like this. If it weren't for that, they weren't getting him out of there. It just made it
That
look
would have
more
helped him stay
plausible.
more.
It made it look more plausible, more reasonable. And if it would just been smooth, no one would have believed that with the economy booming and everything going wonderfully, even if, you know, I don't believe he got the votes anyway to be in there. I don't think most people, I think even people that don't like Trump don't think so. But I'm saying they would have never, the few people that they fooled, the few couple sheep walking around going, oh no, Biden got more votes than Obama, that really believed that for whatever reason, they would not have believed it if COVID hadn't happened on his watch.
Okay, but he brought us warp speed, which is pretty, so that should have solidified it for him that he was real great if the country is really listening to the Democratic Party, because they're using the CV Jabberwocky and all that other stuff. They're using it across the planet. They're doing that same thing across the planet. Everybody's wearing masks. Everybody's getting the jabber. And this was something, hold on, but this was something that Trump brought us. So how wouldn't that have helped him actually stay if everybody is on board? I mean, the Democrats are running with that real hard, continuing the mandates and all that other stuff.
Here's the thing. Did they know exactly how he was going to respond? They were hoping for him to fumble it. Just because he held onto the ball and did a good job doesn't mean that they expected him to. And that's
so they didn't expect him to help their process.
They didn't expect him to handle it so smoothly. They expected him to do poorly enough that they could poke holes and make him look bad.
I understand what you're saying, but Cola, you can't see where the problem lies on that side of the fence, where it's like, because he handled it so smoothly, like you guys are, or you anyways, you sound happy that he handled it smoothly. He gave them more power to help defeat us by those.
Now you've got me confused, and that's generally not
easy. Okay, so by bringing us the warp speed, that helped Biden. That helped his whole administration. Now it hasn't helped us because we're not getting it. That's not my point.
See, I disagree
because get some rest, man. Thank you.
I believe that the warp speed kept us from being locked down for a good 10, 20 years, or however long they could milk.
Your nerves are shot. You're sitting there talking. Sorry.
To me?
No, not you, Scat Pack. They were saying all kinds of stuff to me, and I just asked them, "Can you please explain?" And then now it's my nerves are shot. I'm sorry. Anyways, instead of people actually trying to help me change my mind instead of just attacking me, which I know you guys aren't doing, but this is usually what I go through when I'm talking to people that are Trump supporters. I'm wanting to be on your side. Like, this is where I'm at. Like, I'm irritated that I'm not on your side because I want some kind of hope. Like,
well, I keep trying to convince you, but you don't like my points.
But it's not that I don't. But it's not that I don't like your points, Cola. I just don't. I mean, because he handled it smoothly. He handled the vaccination process smoothly. Think about that one. That hurts us all. Like, that's what I mean. So I
disagree, because I really do think that had he not, that we would still probably be locked down right now, and things would be completely different. But for Jana, real quick, Jean-Luc Brunel, a modeling agent connected to Epstein, Independent Many United, put that in chat for us because we were talking about that Epstein character. So his name is Jean-Luc. It's
okay.
Or Jean-Luc. Luc Brunel. It was a modeling agent connected to Epstein. Thank you, Independent. Anyways, I'm sorry, Ghetto. Go ahead.
Thank you so much.
No, you're good. I'm just saying the system that's been crushing us is just he helped a pretty major process, or he helped a pretty major thing happen for them to continue the process of what they're doing, and all world leaders around the world are doing the same thing. That's where I'm at, folks. I mean, there's honestly, there's no change in my mind in the sense of every one of these world leaders have worked together and are working together. We can tell that by looking at the military uniforms. We can tell that by, I mean, they're all the same. You know what I mean? the citizens in Russia, from Sweden to everywhere, are walking around with freaking maxi pads around their mouth and showing their little freaking QR codes on their phones to get into stores. And he helped that process. I wish I could see it different. I really do. I know what he did good. I'm not denying that he didn't do anything good. I don't like that part of the argument when all I'm saying is like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if either one of us agree on that subject, but I think it's an important point for us to understand that these types of things keep us divided. We argue, and I'm not saying we're arguing. I'm just saying we as Americans are arguing over who is ruling us and how well they're doing or how bad they're doing. Fuck them. They serve us.
Exactly. Now, there's one thing I want to point out, man. You got to remember with Trump and this illness, he was relying on and trusting that weasel Fauci.
Yeah, the guy he picked. Yeah.
He was doing the best he could, and he's surrounded by cutthroats.
Snakes, yeah.
Snakes. Good word. Yeah.
There's snakes in the grass. They think he thought they were good, and he didn't know. I want you to know, Ghetto, I'm not trying to argue with you. I enjoy it. It's almost like debate, and I think I've said before, and even heard you say before, it's better than everybody just agreeing and just talking in a big circle, and it gives me something to think about, and maybe one of these days I can give you something to think about. He just
and I do, and
like,
I have.
Don't make sense. Nope, don't make sense. Nope, don't agree.
I have. I've thought about it wholeheartedly. I really have. I believe he was president because we surely in the hell didn't want Hillary. I think he became president at the perfect time. It was more, to me, it was more or less too perfect of a time. I mean, do you really think that Trump would have won if he would have went up against Obama?
No, probably not.
No.
Exactly my point.
At the first time, yeah, I wonder. I don't know, man. That's.
See, that's what I mean. Like, we've been playing this. We've been being used as chess pieces in this chess game that they've been playing for decades. That's where I go when it comes to anybody. That, well, this guy, this knight in the shining armor, it was all looking good, but maybe it was all psyops. Maybe it was all OBSEC. I don't know.
Well,
but you're also.
I say the same thing every time, but I mean, truly consider that if anybody on the, whatever you want to call it, the ruling, whatever, had liked anything about him, they'd never give him a break. Everybody repeats how horrible he is. No, it's always how terrible he is. And
well, I'm not saying how terrible he is.
No, I'm saying if he were one of the quote unquote bad guys, if he were in on it, wouldn't somebody say something good about him ever?
Nope. Well, at least on my end, I hope you guys see that, and that's why I don't understand the arguments that I get or the frustrations that people have on me. I don't say bad things about the dude. I don't. I'm just saying that he's working with the same people. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
I'm not saying he did such a horrible job. He treated us like crap. He was a dictator, a racist. He was all these things, guys. I'm not saying any of those. I'm just saying he's playing with his buddies up there, just like the rest of them dumbasses. And now they got Biden to freaking use, or what, I don't know, maybe they programmed an AI robotic or something to be a dumbass, and they're using him up there to rule us or whatever the hell they're doing. I don't know. All I'm saying is I ain't got nothing bad to say about the dude. I don't know the dude. And I did see the good things that he did. But I also seen the bad things too. I do believe the good things outweighed the bad as our president. Leaving us, that really outweighed it for me. That really clinched it for me.
See, I can't hold that against him because I really don't believe that he had any type of choice. And I don't think he really knew till the last minute that he was gonna go, I think he can.
Hey, and also,
right.
Do you guys remember whenever they were saying that he was gonna refuse to leave the White House? I mean, he was like, I gotta get out of here.
He had to.
You
He had no
know.
choice. Constitutionally, he
Yeah,
had
I
no
mean,
every way
because
that he could. And even, like I said, once again, okay, it's like, you know,
Thank you,
how could he
independent
know?
men.
I don't think he knew what Pence was going to do until Pence did it. I think he really thought that he was going to have his back. And so why would he need to do anything else? So this is what we're going to do. And maybe even he let him believe that. Maybe he led him to believe that to stop him, like we're, you know, always comparing it to a chess game, so that he wouldn't do something different. Because he truly did seem shocked. I mean, he sat there and it was like he said a couple of statements, and, you know, right before it was something like, well, I know he's going to do the right thing. You know, you could tell he was
the
losing
law was
faith
on
right
his
at the
side.
end.
He really did.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm. And for me, like I said, the most telling part of it is that they are the law that they're trying to, you know, Trump even, you know, made a little statement about it just to get that last laugh, that I told you so moment. Why would they make this a law? Why would they change something if he couldn't have done it in the first place? They wouldn't need to change anything. He said he couldn't do it. It wasn't legal. So why change it? He didn't. He couldn't, because he could have, and he just didn't, in my opinion, the way that I'm seeing.
yeah. I just can't believe we're in this mess.
I can. I didn't mean to sound like a snooty, sarcastic asshole when I said that, though.
I can.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm 41 years old. You know how long I've watched this system fuck us? 41 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm 40, and I was totally kidding, and I totally
I'm about to turn 40. We're all like literally right the same age. That's really weird. I'm about to turn 40 in a week or so. Not
all
looking.
Right.
Don't want to do it. I'm gonna say I'm 39 though. I never have lied about my age any other time. I'm gonna start now.
I'm 39 and holding.
Right. It's about that time. Start the line.
Because like it's so funny because I work in restaurants, and like these younger girls, they're like, you can't be any older than like what, 35, and I'm like, oh, thank you.
With age comes beauty, ladies.
Or wrinkles.
Hey, that's beauty too. Shoot.
You know, I kind of am surprised. My daughter used to do my hair for me all the time, and when she got pregnant, she's not done it since, and he's about to be about 4 months old. So altogether, that's been almost a year, and you can't. I've got them; they're in there, but not like I thought they were. The gray hairs, I mean. I'm just saying, like, you would think it would be like, you know what I mean, like a straight line. They're there, and I'm right in some lighting, so they're in there. I promise, but not as not like.
You got piejos.
Who?
Headlights. That's what piejos means.
Yeah, ain't nobody got no headlights.
I've seen it crawling.
Meanie head. You meanie head. No, that was her sparkles.
That was my grade.
That was your
it's not like a
sparkles.
solid line. And I had told my, you know, I'd been doing my hair for so long. I'm like, that's what I would imagine. Like there'd have been this stripe of here's gray and here's brown. It's not quite as bad as I expected it to be, but I'm gonna still let her do my hair soon. Cover it up, get a fresh look.
Amen. I need to get my hair touched up too. So
we should all do it together. You want to join us, Tom?
Sure, man.
We can have a girls' night where we color our hair.
We don't have to be girls to color our hair anymore. This is America.
Oh my gosh, you were so right.
About just for men.
You were so right.
Say hi. Hey, can I borrow your face again?
What's up, little mama?
Hello there.
Oh goodness.
Did you hear her? Trying to embarrass me. Can I borrow your prep H again? She's smart.
Oh my god.
Get her, Dad.
Ah.
She
Let me
said
tell
everyone
this
that
quick
laughed at
story
him.
real quick.
She's ate up. I don't know what I'd do without her though. She cracks me up.
Oh yeah.
Nobody even heard you either. I just told on myself because it was too funny not to say that. Oh, that was funny.
I used to deal with this supply house when I was working, and it was a heating and air conditioning parts house, and they had this truck driver there, and this boy put "Just for Men" in his beard. And you know, to me, when you're doing something like this, you do it slow, so it's a gradual thing. You know, well, this guy went from looking like me to looking like a 20-year-old with a full black beard.
Oh my god, no.
The counter
Bless
guys
his
were
heart.
laughing at him. They were making fun of him, but never to his face, because this guy would whip your ass. I mean, there was no doubt about it. You didn't cross this boy. So I had recently, back then, I had gotten in touch with a friend that I hadn't seen in 30 years. And he's a musician. And I found out he had a website. So I go to the website, and it's like, now this guy's a year or two older than me, maybe 3. And his beard looks so dark. And I said, when I finally got in touch with him and we were talking on the phone, I said, your picture looks great, man. You have a little Just for Men going in that beard? And no, that's completely natural. So I proceeded to tell him the story about the truck driver at R.E. Michaels, and you know, that I thought I would do it, but the whole town they'd laugh me out of town if I did something like that to my beard. So this guy that had just minutes before denied touching his beard with Just for Men said, well, now, you know, if you don't like the way it looks, you can always wash it out, and you do it real gradual so that people don't know. And I'm thinking, yeah, buddy, you don't know anything about Just for Men.
All right.
Yeah, totally denied having anything to do with it, but yet he's giving me all the tips.
Personal denial.
Yeah.
I tell you what
Shit.
looks stupid is when they do their eyebrows. Black,
Oh my
super
god.
black eyebrows.
Eyebrows. I don't think my eyebrows are gray yet.
I've seen both men and women think it was a good idea to dye their eyebrows, and it's not. It's ugly.
Hey, Cola.
What's up?
Have you ever watched that? It's You Are Here.
Huh? That sounds familiar.
Yeah.
If it's real new, probably haven't. So.
No. God, what is his name? Sydney something, and but it's like their YouTube name is You Are Here.
Oh, on YouTube? I don't know.
I've never seen that. No. Spider Lily, we are wagging the dog, man. We're being wagged. No doubt.
We're the fleas on a dog.
No, she. I tell you, the newest movie I've seen had Ryan Reynolds in it called oh my goodness, Free Man, and he was a NPC in it. What's a non-player character, but he was also AI, so he started like becoming a person and being aware, and it was like stupid kind of comedy. I liked it a lot because it's kind of like Matrix or something, where it's almost like got some reality mixed in, just like parallels more than, you know, because he's like talking to a bunch of other people that are stuck in this video game as AI, and it's like, you know, we could do something different. We could not do the same thing that we've been doing, like make them, you know. It was like all fictional and silly, but it almost paralleled us now talking, hey, we could actually change some stuff, you know. We could stop doing the same old things and doing nothing. It was a cute movie though. If you don't think too hard and run it, it was pretty funny.
Indy, I think these elections may have been rigged, but it was done in such a way where it wasn't so obvious. Where to me, this last time was like getting punched in the nose. I mean, this can't be right. And, you know, I hate to keep going back to that, but yeah, they've all been rigged, but they just did it a little bit smarter. This time, I guess they had to, you know, win
Are
it
you
all.
talking about the 2020?
Well, that was the bad one. I mean, that was the
That
obvious
was
one.
terrible.
But
they want it to be in our face, guys. They need the division to accelerate, as we're watching, as we're seeing.
Have you guys heard of the? Oh, sorry.
No, I was just emphasizing the word need. The system needs us to be divided as soon as possible.
Oh, I was just saying there's something coming out called 2,000 Mules. And supposedly they've caught people, you know, stuffing the boxes and going multiple places.
Oh,
yeah.
And so it's going to come out in the spring, and it's called 2,000 Mules. And I tell you, 2,000 is a large number. Also, I really dwelled on that and thought about it. I was hoping, I see that you've heard of it, Tom. I don't know if Ghetto you have or you have up there.
No, I haven't heard of that one.
Well, what got my wheels turning was, okay, it exists. It's going to come out. 2,000 different people. Now, in order to have that many people filmed, right, you would need to have a certain kind of technology to follow this person from place to place with a geolocation or something from the cell phones or something. So it wouldn't be like a civilian. Also, to get security footage of the ballot boxes places, you would need to be somebody. You couldn't just be like me and be like, hey, excuse me, can I have your tape there at your security? So my point is, somebody who put the film together, so in my mind, one of two things happened. They gathered up a bunch of information and they took it through all the proper channels and they were ignored. So they said, screw it, we're going to put a film out. Or B, they gathered a bunch of information, they took it to the proper channels, and maybe something's being done, and we can also have the film because now they've done everything, dotted their I's and crossed their T's. I'm just saying, that's 2,000 people caught on film, stuffing, some of them going to more than 100 boxes, just one person. That's enough to change everything. It's on film. And it's on film. So, like I said, it's one of two things. I just hope it's not that they tried to get attention to it. Because it reminds me of Project Veritas, you know. You go to the cops, you go to the FBI, you go here, you go there. Nobody listens to you, so you go to Project Veritas and tell your story. Hope somebody cares. Because you already tried to do everything to get a change, and you couldn't. That's what I'm afraid of with this film, is that that's what they've done. But maybe there's a chance, you know, that something's being done, you know.
I would love to think somebody's working in the background.
Through Veritas, that's cool.
2,000 Mules, Independent Manny. 2,000 Mules.
Yeah,
supposed to come out in the spring.
You can Google this. The project is Dinesh D'Souza. I'm sure everybody's heard of him.
Oh, yeah.
And the website is called True the Vote. TRUE the Vote. 3 words. And yeah, you can see previews of that film. When's it going to be released, Cola? Do you know?
They said the spring is the only thing I've ever heard so far.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that quite a while ago. Somebody turned me on to that. Maybe March, maybe this month it's supposed to be released.
That would be great.
But
what do you think? Do you think that something? I mean, like I said, it couldn't have been a civilian to gather the information and follow these people and get it. It had to have been somebody. I don't know who. Like, you know. Yeah.
Unless it was D'Souza himself at the head of it. I don't know.
All right. Well, I was sitting there thought and like I said, that's what I came up with. One of two things, and I really hope it's not tried to get attention to it and nobody would listen. Because, I mean, that's kind of what's been happening the whole time with technical reports and everything.
What's been happening the whole time.
Right. I just hope that this isn't the case. Because, I mean, it seems like, here's the other thing. When would you have gotten that? How long has it been since the election? It's been a long time. So
Year and a half.
right. So have you held on to this information this long? For what reason? You must have taken this through proper channels first. It's just a matter of if anybody listened. And they must have, kind of like, when you have a court case, you can't, when you sequester a jury or whatever, and you got to be really specific. You got to do things a certain way. So they couldn't put it right out but like, I don't know. I've definitely thought it to death, just wondering. And I don't know, wondering what other people would think. I'm afraid that that's exactly what it is. We took it here, we took it there. We try to get everyone's, so screw it. We're going to put it out of film and let everybody just see it because no one else is listening, which I'm hoping not, but I'm afraid.
Yeah, we just don't know. Just like that guy, what is that fellow's name? Durham,
Mm-hmm.
the prosecutor.
Right.
John
I mean, he was
Durham.
quiet for a long time, and now
Oh yeah,
little
John
indictments
Durham.
are coming
All
out.
kind of shit.
The wheels of justice are painfully slow,
Yes.
But man, somebody's got to move because we don't have a lot of time to screw around. That's the problem now. We're in crisis right now, this entire country. And the news won't tell you. They think that everything's all hunky-dory except for those poor, virtuous Ukrainians. And something's wrong with that too. And I don't know what. I wish I had the answers. I'd be a rich man.
You don't watch Hawk's channel too much?
Not as much as I wish I could. I do sometimes.
I mean, they've got all kinds of pretty much the same explanation over and over again, and that's money laundering and child trafficking, and that's why they're out here begging for the money because they're losing it in this war, and that's why they're supporting them because they're losing their asses in money laundering and things like this. And they can show you receipts, where the Clinton Foundation and it's they're all got their hands in it. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I just kind of took that for the truth, pretty much, which I shouldn't do that. And they talk about those labs, you've heard of that, the biolabs.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So, I mean,
I hate to doing with biolabs in Ukraine. Where the hell did that come from? Biden.
Well, they, I can't remember. I just heard about this like twice in a row, and I keep trying to dog ear it in my brain for future reference, and I don't ever manage to do it because at first it was there are none, but supposedly somebody mentioned it on as the affirmative that there was, and it was like news or something, and it was slipped. I don't know where, who, but I wish, like I said, I'm trying to remember that because specifically, mostly just for my uncle, because we had this conversation. He was like, "Oh no, there's no way," and now a week's gone by, and I've heard it twice, and I want to be like, "Hey, guy," and he's not even. He's a black pillar. He what he tells me is, "Oh, you're right, but lose all hope." God, you get on my nerves. Why don't you just go on and lose hope? Why don't you understand we're in a sinking ship and we're going to drown? We're all screwed. I'm like, oh my God.
That's not outside the realm of possibility, but we got to go down fighting. We got to go down fighting. Good morning, Harbor Girl. Good to see you. And Amy, good morning to you too.
Good morning. Ghetto done went into the chat world. He's arguing on the chat world. Come back to us, Ghetto.
No, I'm here.
Come back to the light.
No, I'm chatting with my phone. I got you guys on my iPad. I could do both.
Gotcha.
I just want us all to come together, man. That's my only goal. There's no reason for aggravation or frustration or anything like that towards me when I'm not the bad guy here. I'm not, I'm not saying anything bad. I am, but I don't know. I'm not trying to force people
not mad at you. I think
I'm not trying to force people to think my way. I've seen it for 41 freaking years.
Yeah. Well, I think it would be boring if you weren't on the panel right now, because we'd all just be agreeing with each other, going, "Yep, you're right, Tom. Yep, you're right, Jana. Yep, you're right. Yep,
well,
right."
Usually I do that just to get questions and people thinking, but this time, I genuinely think and feel the way that I feel, just as you guys do about, that particular person, whatever. It's not about that, but until we come together as one and stand up, we're doomed to repeat exactly what's always happened. Like, just imagine if our grandparents stood up when they freaking off JFK. I mean, come on, man. We would have a whole entire different country right now if they stood up and was like, man, fuck this. We're taking our government back. But no, we have to do it.
We were still
And it's
the
important.
ghetto. We were so afraid of Russia, and I've told you the story on the phone about the Cold War and living through that. And my poor old grandmother, she wasn't afraid of the bombs. She was afraid the Russians would come and lock her church up.
Yep.
And I thought 2 years ago, well, Mom, I'm the communist, locked your church down.
Did you say Mom?
Yeah, I did.
I called my grandmother. I called my grandmother that, and I don't hardly know anyone that did that, the mom.
Yeah.
And don't you find it unsettling? I don't even know if there's a word for what I'm trying to say, but unsettling that we're dealing with the same thing and we're dealing with Russia as well.
Absolutely. Right back to it. Right back to worrying about Russian bombs.
You see what I mean, Tom?
I hope we won't teach our kids to hide under their school desks.
Yeah, I agree. But Tom, that's where I come up with my stance on all of this. It's like there's no way that we can let history repeat itself if they weren't all in on it. And that's all I'm trying to say. I mean, how could such a master plan like that succeed if everybody wasn't on board? You know?
Well, when you say everybody, who are you talking about? Because I think the general citizenry in 1963, man, it was a much more innocent time. And you can't conceive because you weren't there.
No, I was in the 80s at least. I understand what you mean, though.
I'm talking about 63 or when Kennedy was assassinated.
Yeah.
It was a different world. And I can't make you understand how different, but Moose Man remembers.
Well, it was different. I mean, it was nicer, but it was also the time that they were allowing these laws to be. I understand what you mean, but it was also the time that we were letting all these laws pass to get us to where we're at now, to get us to where we were in the 80s.
People were.
I mean, I don't know how
those laws being passed. The big deal was the Civil Rights Bill, which anybody with a decent heart was in favor of that. Of course, see, the citizens get told a sentence about what this bill is, and then it's 500 pages of bullshit that's hidden in there. And look at what we're dealing with now, 2,500 page bill. And Nancy Pelosi says, well, no, we don't have time to read it. Now we got to pass it. And then we can figure out what's in it. Well, no, that's not how you run things.
Nope.
Well, it seems like, and please no offense,
of us caring about it. That's what's wrong. I don't think it's so much division. It's too many people don't care.
I agree with that right there.
We were programmed to not care, though, as
Absolutely. Rolled into it.
The most frustrating thing I come across talking to people is when they say, well, I really just don't care. Oh, yeah, well, you're gonna. That's what I always say. Well, you're gonna.
Yeah, you're gonna. When you feel it. That's what I mean.
It's so frustrating.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
all
thanks,
my friends tell me. All my friends tell me, they're like, oh, I don't get involved in politics.
I just don't see, Moose Man, I don't see how that helps a debate by calling names. That's all you got to tell me. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Makes no sense, brother.
No, it's just really sad.
You're doing the same thing that they do to you, Democrats do to us. Well, I mean, it's one big circle jerk, excuse my language, ladies, but it's one big, ring around the posy when it comes to arguing about political stuff when, I don't know, man, it just makes no sense. And then Spiderly, I agree with you until, we got to go by the law. Well, maybe we don't got to go by the law because my kid's future is involved here. I don't give a flying fuck what I got to do, but I want to protect them from what we go through, from what we're watching happen right now. We have to do anything by all means necessary to protect them. Fuck the law. Forgive me, Tom.
The time is coming.
The time's now, brother.
Well,
I mean, it's
hope not, man. I hope not, but it's getting there. It's getting there. I mean, I don't argue with you about that. The time is coming where it's going to have to be fuck the law. We got to do what's right. Garrett, good morning, and Ridge Runner, good to see you.
Harvard girl, really.
I hope not now.
I agree.
I mean, there's another way. There's another way, but we all got to get together and we all got to pretty much have the same idea, and that is isolating this tiny percentage of people that are destroying this country.
Absolutely.
Good morning, Yorga.
Also, another theory, another thing that you haven't completely considered or we haven't really talked about. I mean, yes, he did walk away. He walked away. He had to. But, I know sometimes you go over to Hawk Ghetto every once in a while, and I'm sure that you've at least once or twice heard the term devolution and heard some of these theories that he's following. And I actually heard the most thing that piqued my interest that I heard out of Trump's mouth myself was, well, that's not part of our plan. And I thought, oh, shit. So you do have a plan then, which sounds stupid, but I started to believe there was no quote unquote plan. But when he said that, it kind of gave me, rejuvenated some hopium, if you want to call it that, Ghetto. But he probably is following a protocol, like a plan C or plan D by now, because he already had an A and a B, and Pence was one of those and let him down. And, it did look that, the Pillow Man. He came to the White House a couple days before the 6th, and they zoomed in on his paper, and it said, what was it? Everybody knows this. I think
I watched
law, things like this. So that
the
was
stuff that never happened.
Right. And why didn't it happen? It was obviously an option, and he decided that something else was a better option. Maybe that other option was devolution that we're going through, or maybe he put more faith in Pence than he should have. However, he was considering it, and he came up with a different idea. But I believe that just the same as that was one of the options, that there were multiple options, and there was like a plan A, B, C, D. There's no way they just stopped at 1 and 2 plans. If it were me, I wouldn't. And one of the things that with Texas, he had 33 people that he endorsed, and all 33 made it in there. And then Ducey said the 34th, well, I know he's not going to endorse me, so I'm just going to step down. So then Trump put out a statement saying I'm going to go 34 for 34. He always makes me laugh. I don't give a shit what you say about him. He can make me laugh. That's funny because, why as well? I mean, that was one person took theirself out over him, and 33 of them got in because of him. So he's still got a lot of power, even not in office, probably more so than Biden, sadly. But anyhow, I'm just saying that there could still be something going on that we're just, I don't fully understand the devolution, but I know a lot of people are following that now and saying that, that's what's happening. But
they have to have it, I think. I mean, I believe people have to have that hopium, and I'm not talking bad about people like that, but it's like, what is that? Grabbing onto straws, whatever that saying is. It's like
grasping at straws. Yeah,
that's what you do when you're drowning, man. You clutch.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Comes by.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying, and it's like, and so I get it. My point of view is a little bit different, but I feel like there's more people like-minded to myself than the grasping at straws. And I can understand people that would want to hold on to something, because I truly do too. I mean, I've never really had a reason to, other than fuck the system. It's been screwed forever. But I do get it. I understand it. I mean, if that's true, I'm all for it. I'm not against it. Fuck, I hope the guy comes in freaking no shirt on a white horse and shit. You know what I mean? I'm hoping.
Oh man.
I'm having a flashback. You said something similar before. What'd you say last time? So something on a white horse. You didn't. It wasn't a no shirt because I remember I said I hope you don't wear. What was it you said? Spandex.
I don't know. Yeah, spandex. There you
I'm
go.
like you were over here recycling jokes.
I hope so.
I'm just kidding with you. Oh my God.
I genuinely hope you guys are right.
Well, I never said
at the end of the day.
I can't be right because I'm unsure of, I'm not claiming one set of things. I'm saying that I'm just as confused as the next guy, but I'm following every piece of information and trying to figure out, I have my own opinions as well. I listen to all these streams and I listen to the X22 and the And We Knows and Hawk stuff. And I read every single freaking, I don't know how they are stuck in my phone, but
that's too much information, girl.
It is, but
our God didn't make our brains like that, man. We're not supposed to. That is the main weapon that they've used against us all, is the information and disinformation at the same time. And I didn't stop responding spiderly. There's no winning when you guys are trying to forcibly prove your side, and it's just there's no point in arguing over it. I'm not arguing if you guys are right or wrong. I just got my own stance. And because I don't email the same people that completely stole the election from Trump, because I'm not emailing them, doesn't make no difference. I mean, remember, guys, the system stole it from Trump. Remember? Why the hell do I want to vote or email them?
No, they just need to be replaced. The time for talking.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Is over. They need to be replaced. And Lord, wouldn't it be nice if this nation would get sick of what's going on and stand up and we would vote in a veto-proof Congress this fall? At least they could stop this shit. If not, maybe start turning it around a little bit. And that may be a pipe dream, but, it's not outside the realm of possibility, assuming we survive till November.
Well, we do have protests all over the world, and it's about every state and everywhere, all at the same time.
We need more visible here. And I ain't heard a word about the truckers in D.C. If anybody has, please.
I did. What I heard is that they're freaking geniuses. But seriously, I heard instead of doing what they had planned, that they're just driving a circle around it. They're continuously moving. Therefore, they can't. And that to me, everybody was talking there for about a week, and everybody's like, "Oh, I've got bad vibes. I'm so worried. This thing, January 6th." And they outsmarted the system. They said, we're not going to sit there stationary like some sitting ducks. We're going to circle it. And there's nothing illegal about that. So
I hate to brag, but that was my idea when they first started talking about trucks going to D.C.
So I hate to brag.
Go down into town, circle that beltway, and lock that town down. Nobody comes in. If they want out, let them out. But
right. And I just called them geniuses. If it was your idea, then you're the genius.
Hey, well, even a blind hog finds an acorn once in a while, but no, I was saying that before those trucks started for DC.
I think it's really smart. I do, because they probably were about to be set up, and now, it doesn't play into their hand for once. So it's kind of awesome, in my opinion.
Hey, Tom, can you throw Moose Man a wrench?
I certainly will.
I mean, I wouldn't trust him with one on my channel,
but figure out how to do it. That's all.
You guys both graduated back when they invented the wheel, so your peers, you can trust each other.
There you go, Moose Man. Moose Man, I miss our talks with Ron on Saturday, man. I really do.
Yeah, I tune into those sometimes, and if you're talking about when there just be a couple of y'all, and I wouldn't say much, but I would just put it on and listen.
Yeah, it was just the three of us on the panel. It was,
I remember that, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. And I had just recently become a part of that. I don't think I sat in on more than 3 or 4 of those panels, but it was great times every time. Post your link, Moose Man.
Oh, Harbor Girl.
Excuse me.
I do too, man. I do too. There's one thing that everybody's trying to keep streams going and keep things going and do things, but no one does the backstage movies, man. And there was just something about that, you know. It was more intimate, 4 or 5 people back there watching. It's almost like you were sitting in the living room together watching the movie. And I miss that. There was something really cool about that. I remember Virginia would be there a lot, and Ron, and just a handful, usually a lot of the same people over and over again. And there was just something really cool about that. And
I was
there's
on the
nobody
last
do
one.
anything like that. Do what?
I think I was on the last one. It was what was it? Idiocracy is what they watched.
Man, there was something real special about that. I'm just a sap, I guess. I don't know. It was just, yeah, there's nothing like it. You know, these streams always have they have a lot of people on them, and when you would get backstage, it would be just like I said, it just had that vibe, like you're all just chilling in the same living room together, just hanging out. And I really do miss that. I do.
Excuse me just a minute, Tammy. I really appreciate you coming on. I'm surprised to see you, but you guys enjoy your vacation. And I guess you won't be coming to the East Coast. But anyway, be safe, be well, and thanks for coming.
What's up, Mr. Yorga? I mean, he's been here for a while. Everybody just ignoring him.
How are you, sir?
How rude, Tom.
Yeah, well, no, I said hi to him when he first came up.
I was just chilling. Just chilling.
All
You
right.
seem like you're folded.
I'm what to the who?
You been
Got a
up all night?
buzz. You look like you got a buzz.
Who, me?
No, the guy next.
Never. 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 I'm just
I ain't mad
hanging
at
out.
you.
It's good talking to you guys. Hey, y'all had a lot of really good discussion going on. I kind of sort of agreed with everybody. In a weird
And that's
way.
hard to do.
No, I know, but I mean, sometimes you just got to let both of your ears listen to both sides, and well, I don't know, you know.
Even in disagreement, good points can be brought out
No,
by
yeah,
everybody involved.
but there were, you don't need it. None of that never needs to get heated, and it never did. That's what I really like about that shit.
It's not
Even
necessary.
Oh my God! And disagreement is a wonderful place to be. Actually, being cool about it.
Spider, thank you for coming. Thank you. Yeah, man. You know, that's what it's all about. Just trying to.
Have a good night, Spider.
I think we all agree that we got to do something. It's just that nobody knows what to do.
Oh, and I didn't say hi to Ghetto. I'm sorry. Hi, Ghetto. Hi, Cola.
Hey.
Hi,
What's up, man?
Jim. And yeah, I didn't mean to be disrespectful or whatever.
That's okay. You're good.
Hey, Yorga.
Yes, sir.
I hate to get personal, brother, but I was quite proud of you there for a while. Is there something that bad happened for you to start drinking again or something, man? You was doing real good. You all right?
Yeah, I fell off the wagon.
Well, you need anybody to talk to, man. Just let me know.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, lot. Thank you. Thank you. No shit, man.
No doubt, brother.
Really? Wow. Okay.
Sorry to get personal, Tom.
Oh,
no, but that shouldn't be funny. It's what he just said to me was like, wait a minute. Like somebody grabbed me by the collar and went, hey man, come here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I haven't had the hey man, come here. So cool. Very cool. Thank you. No shit, man. Thank you for that.
What knocked you off the wagon?
Who just asked me? Cola?
Cola,
yeah.
Yeah.
It was me.
I think it was more of a thing that snuck up on me. Nothing really knocked me off, like girlfriend or relationship, anything like that. It's just.
Was it an
Huh?
idle mind? Was it an idle mind? Is the devil's playground?
I
That
went
happened to me
on
a
a
few
trip.
times.
I went on a trip and hung out and drank a little bit, and I thought everything was cool. And when I was going to come back, I wasn't going to drink anymore. And when I came back, I started drinking again. So.
Yeah, it only takes a little bit, brother.
No, and I knew that. That's how I haven't smoked cigarettes in like 6 years. Because I know if I have one cigarette, I'm going to smoke. And so drinking is the same thing. Yeah, I lost my job and all that shit. So.
Oh, sorry to hear that. I because I got vested interest. I'm recently sober. I quit alcohol, cigarettes, weed, all in one shot in November. So I was just curious.
I think that's when I quit.
It's weird. A lot of people were quitting alcohol around the time. Like I did it, and then I kept hearing people right behind me. I was like, well, must be in the air. Must be something going on.
Something's going on, but having the whole shutdown of everything, made it easy for me because I'm retired and I live with a cat. I'm an empty nest. It's just me and my cat. And so it's almost like, there's nobody here to tell me, hey, don't open up that bottle of Jack Daniels. Don't, because otherwise, screw it. I'll just hang out here and party. But, so yeah. But what I wanted to say is when I was clean, I felt so good. And I was hiking all the time and stuff. And, I don't know, all this whole America is shutting down thing just kind of made me shut down at my house. I have no excuses, except for, sorry, you asked me. So.
No, absolutely. It's just because it doesn't mean you can't put it right.
No, it doesn't mean I can't. I quit for 5 years one time. It doesn't mean I can't. I'm just not doing it tonight or shit this morning. It's what part of the country do you live in, Cody?
I'll tell you, you're gonna remember when you wake up why you one of the things you missed the least, I bet. That was funny. Good old fashioned hangover.
I never get those. See, that was one of the things. I never got a hangover.
Oh wow.
I'd wake up and rock and roll. Yeah. Wake up and rock and roll, man. Yeah.
See, my thing, I can't fall off and have a drink because I know if I had a drink, I would smoke a cigarette. There's literally no way in hell I would have a drink and not smoke a cigarette. That was my hardest, biggest vice. I'm surprised that you haven't done that. I'm glad that didn't.
I have the vape thing, though, which is just like a big giant pacifier. I have that thing. But do you know that I have some friends, a couple, a man and wife, who are my age-ish, and every weekend they drink and smoke to the point of like dumb shit. And then the week comes around and they don't drink or smoke cigarettes. And I'm like, how do you do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Binge drinkers, stuff like that. But well, I hope it gets better, brother. I mean, I heard a lot of things that you said when you were sober, and you knew why you didn't want to do it. You're your own man. You're going to make your own choices. But just so you know, there's people out here that actually give a fuck about you. So if you need somebody to talk to, just let a brother know, any one of us. You know what I mean? We all need a little bit of helping hand sometimes.
Shoot, Ghetto, I never knew you were even listening to me, man. Thank you very much.
I listen to everybody, brother. I listen to all of us. We're all broken in some way, and that's why addiction.
Busted in a million pieces.
That's why addiction is so easy for us to do. I've been a recovered addict for over 16 years now. My daughter just turned 16.
I didn't know that. Really?
But, oh yeah, man. I used to put all kind of Oxycontins up my nose.
No, I don't want to know what you did. I just didn't know you did that because you got it together so well now.
I started doing them when I was 10 years old, Mr. Yorga. Not by choice. I
started drinking at 11. I started drinking at 11.
That's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, you know, it's not our choice, and then it becomes our choice. You being drunk right now is your choice. So you're your own man. I'm just saying, if your choice is to talk to somebody, I'm here. That's all. You know.
Same here.
I'm glad you guys are hanging with me. Yeah.
All good.
I should have. I had it together. I thought I had it together. Then I didn't have it together, and I still don't. But man, talking to you cats, you guys were helpful. Thank you.
I like being a cat.
Me too. I'm a cat.
Who did that?
I did.
I'm a little over 2 years into not drinking. I had that one beer with Jeremy right after Ron died.
Yeah, but that didn't.
But I had a beer. I didn't get drunk again.
That's what I'm saying. You had a beer. I thought that's what I did when I went to Florida. I had a couple of drinks, and I was good, and I flew back, and I was like, well, wait a minute now. And so, but
think about this, brother. One thing that I appreciate, one thing that I notice, and I've said it out loud several times, is, man, how good I feel. How nice it is not to be hungover. And I'll tell you honestly, I do not think I would be alive right now if I hadn't stopped drinking when I did.
When you get to be our age, Tom, and we're close, man, that's what I need to do, because I did feel really good. I was hiking at least 2 miles every day. No shit, man. I mean, and that was nothing. That was just the routine. Eat breakfast, go hike at least 2 miles, sometimes 5. Fresh air, I'm in Virginia, so, and just
think about how good it feels to feel good, man. And Moose Man, you and me are brothers. I ain't giving up coffee and cigarettes. No way, no how.
And I'm not here for
the safety of others, actually. So
I'm not here for mercy or feel sorry for me. It's none. You guys know I'm not. But Ghetto busted me. He said, "You're drinking, aren't you?" I was like,
yeah, man, I've noticed it too. I've noticed it for a while.
It's fine, but as long as I'm honest,
Ghetto's just got a big mouth.
No, it's not.
The first thing I said, I just don't think you understood me. That's the first thing I said to you. I said, "Oh my God, you look folded," and you said, "What?" I said, "You look tore up." I guess my slang is just.
You're too ghetto, Cola. These old don't understand your lingo.
I'm too ghetto.
No, I get it now.
But I wasn't trying to be mean. I just was kind of. I haven't noticed till right now.
I know you weren't trying to be mean. I know that.
I was kind of just like surprised because I hadn't noticed till right now. Every other time I've seen you were sober as well. Or I thought you were, rather. I mean, I'm just saying, not to be mean. I'm just saying.
You're not mean. You haven't never been mean to me. Don't worry.
I have the same struggle, and that is exactly why I don't have the one beer or one glass of wine as badly as I want it at times, because I'm afraid, because it's like that time you might do wonderfully, and you'll have that one, but then the next time that you want one, it's just that easier to give in, and then the next time, and before you know it, you're right back. And trust me, if I wasn't an overthinker, I'd already be there too. So
that's the only, and you're exactly right. That's the only reason I don't smoke. I mean, I have this stupid thing that looks like the robot on Lawson's face, but And that's goofy. That whole vaping thing is goofy. I can be away from that for like 18 hours. I won't even notice it's gone. But when I quit smoking, I quit like 8 or I think 9 different times. And I found out that if I just had one, you're going to be smoking again. Yep. And I told myself that with drinking, and somehow or another, I fell off the wagon. I was doing really good, though. I was doing really good.
And I felt concentrate really on your health. Like Don't beat yourself up about anything, but think about your health. Oh, that's your motivation.
And
right
I got this like silver coin from Alcoholics Anonymous, because I went 47 days without drinking, and right after that, I off the wagon. I don't mean to make light of it, but I'm going to take that coin and bring it back to him and go, you know.
Well, you're one good decision away from being right back where you were.
Yep.
That's a good way of putting it.
Great way to put it. Just one good decision away. I like that.
One thing that they do say that's a load of shit is my worst day drunk. No, my worst day straight is better than my best day drunk.
You had it.
That's bullshit. I've had some great days drunk. I'm telling you. Ooh.
Yeah. I agree with you. That's true. But it is better because, you know, and
no. I know. When they said that to me, I was like, you know, you're right. And I was straight for a while. And then I started going, wait a minute. But what about that day? I don't mean to make light of it. I'm going to get my shit together, you guys. I'm sorry to make so much of it public like this, but who called me out? Somebody called me out.
I blame Ghetto.
It was Ghetto. It was Ghetto, man. But you know what? That's cool that he did do that. It is cool. I respect that guy, man. That guy knows what he's talking about.
It's all good, man. A lot of people care about you. A lot of people think a lot of you.
I'll be fine.
And we know the struggle is real. It's not like, you know, I mean, I think everybody, I don't know anything about Jana's struggle, but I think literally everybody up here has been there before.
One time or another. Yep.
Yeah. So it's not like anybody's doesn't understand. It's not like it's foreign. I like I said, it may have done me good to see this, just to give me a reminder not to have that one drink, because I know now, you know.
That one. And that's what I did. That's what I did. I flew down to Florida to go see a friend. He did not push me into it or anything, and I was just like, screw it, let's have a beer. You know, and it took a while. It wasn't, I was good the whole trip and the whole way back. And then once I got here by myself, I just started, you know, let's get a couple of beers, you know.
Something to do. Yep.
I don't know what it is, you know, but when you're by yourself, there's nobody to say, hey, what the except for the cat, and he doesn't care as long as he gets his treats and stuff.
Cat don't care.
Actually, I think he does care. Yeah. He's starting to hang around my bed and look at me like, are you going to die? Are you ready? Even back to life?
How does he look at you?
I don't want to do that again.
Huh?
I didn't hear what you said, Jana.
Oh, he was just talking about his cat and like.
Everybody else is asleep.
Well, I've been on here 4.5 hours. I guess probably ought to let some of these folks go to bed. really appreciate everybody coming, though. It's just awesome every time to see everybody here, faithful friends. It's all good. And Jenna, it was a pleasure. Jana, I'm sorry. Pleasure to have you on, and I hope you come back. I appreciate you following me on Facebook and all that. Cola, always great. Always great. Ghetto, you know you're always good. And Yorga, I like to watch you. I have an advantage over you because I've watched you a lot more than you've watched me. So I feel like I know you a little bit better. So, but yeah, anyway, I guess I'm calmed down. We're in deep shit. Ain't no doubt about that. So we're not going to let that theme go. I will be back. I keep promising more often. I'm going to try to do it more often. See how this Wednesday thing goes. I don't know. But hey, God bless everybody. Resist. You got to resist this shit.
Yep.
So appreciate it. And good night to all.
Appreciate you, Mr. Tom. I'm going to put Rescue's link in your chat.